Hello everyone, and welcome back to Dragon Age 2 with Chaos Counseling. Talk to me, Carver. I need to hear some in-game audio.
This all part of your plan?
Okay, I think that is a satisfying volume level. Okay. Last time we got everything we needed, and we have now entered the Deep Roads. I was kind of sad I wasn't able to do the Deep Roads all in one go last time, but honestly, starting the Deep Roads was kind of pushing it. But yeah, the Deep Roads is basically the climax of Act 1, and well, it does completely change everything about the game going forward, as well as, well, let's just say it sets up a lot. And this is going to be interesting. Let's see. I've still got my guides for Isabella and Fenris, but as neither of one of them. Oh, we're already here. But as neither Isabella or Fenris are here, I don't need to worry about that. Okay.
You see what I'm seeing?
Is that lyrium?
It's definitely magic. And not the good kind.
Doesn't look like any kind of lyrium I've ever seen.
Look at this, Bartrand. An idol made out of pure lyrium, I think. Could be worth a fortune.
You could be right. Excellent find.
Yeah. This thing is like so important.
Not bad.
Over the course of the
around.
next
See if
3
there's anything further in.
games.
You do that.
The door!
Bartrand! It's shut behind you!
You always did notice everything, Varric.
Are you joking? You're going to screw over your own brother for a lousy idol?
It's not just the idol. The location of this tag alone is worth a fortune. And I'm not splitting that 3 ways. Sorry, brother.
Bartrand! Bartrand! I swear I will find that son of a bitch. Sorry, Mother, and I will kill him.
So, just...
Let's hope there's a way out.
It's not the clearest in this game, but... Well, I mean, I guess it kind of is if you look around, but this is going to be super important in the next 2 games. Lyrium is blue, but if you notice, like, the bits of lyrium that were poking out of the gold idol, and heck, even right here, these lyrium veins are red. That is important for the future of Dragon Age, like, ridiculously so. It's one of those things that they don't make a big deal out of it in this game, just because, again, they're like, it's one of those, it's subtle world building, but it's also like they don't want to like draw a super amount of attention to it, because they know it's not going to be the most relevant thing in this game. So by doing it kind of this way, they plant seeds for future games without kind of running the risk of leaving the players unsatisfied, being like, why this? Why that? Why is this not explained? You know, it's kind of a pitfall that I feel a lot of modern movies fall into, that are obsessed with setting up like what's it called? Force Awakens is a prime example of this, because they're so obsessed with setting up the next couple movies. They introduce a lot of things and a lot of characters, but don't actually give you any answers in regards to them, because they're all like, well, you just got to come back and see the next one. Again, this is technically doing the same thing, but because it never calls into question the color of the lyrium, it's not something that you as a player would really think would matter, you know? Whereas something like the Star Wars movies leaves everything about the main character obfuscated, so you have no fucking clue who she is and why we should care. They're like, oh, fuck you, come back and see the next movie, dick. We're Star Wars, we got you by the balls, asshat. So, it's a good way of setting up the next game without falling into what I've called Marvel syndrome. I mean, granted, it probably now should be called just Cinematic Universe syndrome. Because, what's it called? It's the same thing that kind of did in the Dark Universe from Universal, where it was more about, they weren't trying to give you a good product. They were trying to entice you in with the promise of a dozen other products, you know? It's kind of the reason, as much as oh, the profane. As much as I like shared universes with superheroes, I've grown to resent them greatly, because you're no longer allowed to just enjoy a piece of media on its own. Everything is homework nowadays. Okay, that's technically not true, but I mean, I guess it's not like as universally true anymore, because I do feel, how do I put this? The first Sonic the Hedgehog movie is a prime example of a film that is super satisfying. It could be done in one, but it does end with, you know, being like, oh, well, Eggman did survive, so he might come back. Oh, Tails is a thing, so if we do make a sequel, you'll see what Tails looks like. But the actual bulk of the narrative itself is a satisfying done in one. Hell, let's even go back to Marvel, for example. The first Iron Man movie. You can watch the first Iron Man movie and be completely satisfied from beginning to end. Just don't watch the scene at the end with Nick Fury. Because again, the scene with Nick Fury at the very end is separate from the narrative enough that while it's setting up the next film, it doesn't impact your enjoyment of the first film. I mean, I'd argue almost all of the MCU films that were part of Phase 1 can be viewed this way to an extent. Maybe, obviously, not Iron Man 1, Iron Man 2, obviously, it's a direct sequel to Iron Man 1, but you only need to see the first two Iron Man movies to really enjoy it. It's like, I'd say the one that does have the shakiest... Oh, hi.
You have proven your mettle. I would not see these creatures harmed without need.
Let's see, I don't actually remember what this thing's... I think it's maybe just supposed to be a demon?
I'd say being attacked on sight gives us plenty of need.
They will not assault you further, not without my permission.
But yeah...
What are these things? They seem like rock wraiths, but...
They hunger. The profane have lingered in this place for ages, beyond memory, feeding on the magic stones until the need is all they know.
Okay, this...
They eat Valyrium. Sounds like a healthy diet.
I'm actually curious
I
what
am
these
not
things
as they
are.
are. I am a visitor.
Hold on. Sorry, just with the information that I know, thanks to Dragon Age Veilguard, what I want to know a bit more about what these are supposed to be. Okay, this is a Reddit post, so let's take... It doesn't definitively say what... Okay, let's... It didn't give me a really good, clear answer on that. No, there's not even a clear answer on the official wiki.
It seems mostly interested in their hunger. It's a demon come to feed.
I would not see my feast
Okay, yeah. Okay, so they did confirm that this thing is a demon.
I sense your desire. You seek to leave this place, but you will need my aid to do so.
Don't do it. Demons will trip you up every time.
What was it?
Could be a way out of here. I don't know. What are our options?
So, based on what I said, based on people digging through other, just other bits of lore in Dragon Age, it seems like it's possible the Profane are a unique type of demons tied into, like, the dwarves who live in the Deep Roads. And again, due to what we learn, or they could be, like... How do I say it without spoiling the fourth game? I can't, so I won't.
Why do we need your aid to leave?
There is another door that leads into the paths far above us. That is what you seek. It has been sealed, however, and cannot be opened without a key. I know where the key is. Do as I ask, and I shall tell you.
So what do you think?
What have we got to lose?
Very wise.
I mean, a lot.
What part of demon did you not hear? You cannot ask me to deal with this monster.
There is a crypt not far from here, guarded by a creature that has confounded me for too long. Slay it, and freedom is yours.
Yeah, I can't... Honestly, I normally do agree with Anders, but there is a cutscene I do want you guys to see that you get if you do deal with this creature. And it gets you some, affinity with Varric, plus it's also just funny. And I kind of want to get that. Plus, as I've made it very clear in my Dragon Age stream of Edgelord, I don't like Anders very much anyway, so I don't give a shit what he thinks.
The dwarves would have brought their... That can't be good.
See, I've always wondered, because the demon that we dealt with kind of looks like a small version of this ancient rock wraith. So I'm like, well, what is the relationship between the two, you know? Oh, shit, guys, move, move. So, admittedly, well, how do I put this? In later Dragon Age games, they do give you the ability to help allies get back up that doesn't require, like, the revive ability or whatnot. And while I appreciate that, I am a little disappointed because it does... There's not, like, a traditional healing branch of magic or like a healing skill tree like there is in the first two games. So I admit that is something about Dragon Age Inquisition and Veilguard that I'm not the biggest fan of. Now, I'm someone that, as a whole, I mean, outside of... I do prefer the visual fighting in this game the best.
Whew. The rock wraiths are supposed to be dwarven legends. They're not even supposed to be real.
Looked pretty real to me.
I suppose it doesn't matter. Look at what it was guarding.
That is not yours. The key you require is in the chest. Leave all else, for it is mine.
Psst. Not to point out the obvious, but can you imagine what this stuff would be worth on the surface?
You will not. It is mine, all of it. Take only the key, or I shall destroy you.
You mind?
Way ahead of you. Bianca says the treasure is ours.
Oh yeah, I guess he did something with Profane. You gotta take down first. That or these are leftovers. So just since we focused on killing the Rock Wraith first. No. You know, I don't think I've ever seen, like, the reaction of the characters, like, if you bring... Because this is basically, the party I have here is almost what I always bring to this level, to the Deep Roads, because again, I mean, okay, it does depend, but, like, again, if it's Carver, if I've got Carver, I want him to end up with the Grey Wardens, because, like I mentioned, that's where he's happiest. But yeah, I've never actually really seen what, like, Aveline, Meryl, Isabel, Fenris, like, any of their unique dialogues to coming down here. That's good. No, dupe. Dupe. You know, again, the fact that I did manage to kind of get Carver's relationship kind of more on a middle ground than outright antagonistic, I actually think is not bad. Like I said, I wasn't actively trying to befriend him this time, mostly just because I kind of wanted to do a number of other paths, but that's not bad. I think I did a good job with Carver. Wow. That's a lot of stuff we can't use. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna keep them with the critical chance. Right. You're not strong enough for that yet. Yeah, that's... Nope. Don't think it's better. No, it's not better than what I got. No, I want. Okay. Everyone is nice and equipped.
I'd say this is our way back.
How long to get back?
If we're unlucky, maybe a week.
And if we're lucky?
We stumble over Bartran's corpse on the way.
Now, Bartram's betrayal is actually left as one of the bigger mysteries of Dragon Age. Well, in that it's like, did he just betray us because he was greedy? Or Did the idol corrupt him in the instant that he held it? Because after he caught it, it flashed red.
This
We're
part
back
of the
where we
deep roads
started.
looks familiar.
And in only 5 days. Not bad, eh?
Think we could take a break? I feel wrong.
I think all our stomachs are a bit tender right now.
I'll wager it was those deep mushrooms we found.
No. It's...
Carver!
It's the Blight. I can sense it.
just like that Templar, Wesley. I'll be just as dead. Just as gone.
That's just like you. Keeping this to yourself.
I thought it was nothing. Hoped, anyway. Idiot. I'm not going to make it. Not to the surface. Not anywhere. It's getting worse.
There might be something we can do. I stole the maps from a warden that had come to Kirkwall. I wanted to know if he was looking for me. He wasn't. The maps were for planning their own expedition into the deep roads.
Way to keep it to yourself, Anders.
I was trying to avoid them. And you just wanted the maps. If the wardens are here, I know where. We could bring Carver to them.
And what? Become a Grey Warden?
Better than death.
Is becoming a Grey Warden a cure?
Yes, I suppose it is. But it's not without a price. One not everyone is willing to pay.
What price? Maker's breath, spit it out.
The process of becoming a warden is unpleasant and irreversible. It also means you might never see your brother again. He might survive the Blight, but at the cost of becoming a Grey Warden. It's not an easy life, trust me.
What about you? You're not a Grey Warden anymore?
You think I got away? Eventually they or the Circle will drag me back. I've got no illusions about that.
But yeah, so you can only find the Grey Wardens if Anders is in your party. So that's what I meant by your sibling can die or become a Grey Warden if you bring them.
I don't see any better options.
Then I hope I'm right.
What's wrong?
I think they're nearby. Or it could be Darkspawn.
I'm actually surprised Carver can fight. I get that the game doesn't want to kneecap you by taking away one of your party members, but I do still think it's interesting that he can still fight, you know? Hey, Stroud. Stroud's a character I have mixed feelings on.
Fancy meeting you here, Stroud.
I could say the same. Aren't you supposed to be dead?
That's the rumor. But I didn't come here to swap stories with you.
I want to be clear. I like Stroud, but I have mixed feelings about Stroud, and I will get into that.
You mean the boy as a recruit? Of course you do. I'm sorry. I know this comes as no comfort to you, but we do not recruit Grey Wardens out of pity. It is no kindness.
Carver happens to be a fine warrior. You'd be an idiot not to recruit him.
Be that as it may, I cannot.
Stroud, trust me when I say this one is worth your time. With the Blight over, you Wardens don't have recruits lining up.
This is no simple thing, Anders. This may be as much a death sentence as the sickness, and you know it.
He'll die anyway. Take him and try. I'm asking you.
If the boy comes, he comes now, and you may not see him again. Being a Grey Warden is not a cure. It is a calling.
Are you sure about this?
I'm not sure about anything, but I want you to live.
We must move quickly if we are to make the surface in time.
Then... I guess this is it. Take care of Mother.
Yeah, I think the reason why Carver prefers being a Grey Warden to being a Templar is because it lets him strive out on his own, away from the family. Whereas Bethany prefers being in the Circle, as oppressive as it is, because she can still... My understanding, the Circle does still allow visitors in a limited capacity, so she does still get to see, you know, you and your mother. Because, yeah, Bethany has a much harder time as a Grey Warden. I believe, yeah, I did mention that. See, so the reason I have mixed feelings about Stroud is because I like him enough, but given the role he plays in the franchise, I wish he was a character we knew before this point. Because, like, just for example, if Alistair didn't become king, that would have been Alistair. We'd run into Alistair in a number of... Okay, I don't know if we would have run into Alistair here, but
I wonder if
Alistair would fill the role that Stroud plays in most scenes that Stroud would have been a part of. Likewise, if Loghain became a Grey Warden, that option wasn't given in my playthrough because I was very deliberate about having Alistair fight him, but the offer can be made to make Loghain a Grey Warden. It's just you lose Anders if you do that. Not Anders, Alistair. If I've said any point I've said Alistair or Anders in this last bit, I meant to say Alistair. So Loghain can actually pop up in place of Stroud. What I wish, though, is, again, I get that Stroud is meant to be kind of, you know, anyway, because, like, there's several points in the next game in particular with Stroud that hit a lot harder if it's Alistair or Loghain. But I also don't... Anyway, what I kind of wish, and I know that, well, if Anders is here, and Anders was DLC from the first game, I wish the lead warden you ran into was Nathaniel. Just because Nathaniel kind of would be in a position to be the head warden, because he is, you know, the son of Arlrend and Howe. I could see the warden, you know, our character, handing things over to him. And I like Nathaniel. He's a character I wish we got to see more of. I would argue Nathaniel is the best character from Awakening. And I'm sad we don't see him again.
And luck hasn't exactly been our strength.
Not counting Ogren, or Steve,
This
as
is
I kept
true.
calling him.
I'm sorry about what happened to your brother.
He'll make it. Carver's stronger than he thinks.
I should have seen Bartrand's betrayal coming. I'll find that maggot if it's the last thing I do. I imagine you'll be heading home to, tell the family.
I don't have much choice.
You'll be a wealthy woman, Hawk. It wasn't all for nothing.
But yeah, if I'd left Carver behind, a scene would play out where Carver would be in full Templar gear, saying, "Hey, because you left me behind, I joined the Templars, bitch." Which, fair enough.
My baby, you made it home. Carver isn't with you.
No,
Is he coming back?
I don't know.
Yeah, you know, I mean, at least she doesn't blame
So
you.
the champion's brother was a Grey Warden.
Yes, but that's not the connection you're looking for.
Isn't it? The involvement of the Grey Wardens makes perfect sense.
Does it,
And
though?
the champion's companions? Meryl, Aveline, Isabella? That Warden Anders.
Don't remind me. I introduced them.
We thought they all came from Ferelden together, but now it makes sense. Motive and opportunity.
It's still not what you think.
Then I need to hear more.
Unless you've already decided. I can always go if you don't need me anymore.
Tell me what came next.
So you now, Act 1 is officially done. So, going
The
into Act
treasure
2.
we found in the deep roads made us a fortune. The champion moved up in the world, literally. Bought a mansion in Hightown. Everyone knew who she was now. Even the Viscount was taking notice. The Grey Wardens left Kirkwall. It was months before we learned Carter survived. 3 years later, the Kunari still haven't left. The Kunari insisted they were waiting for their ship. But some of us knew better.
Yeah. Act 2. So, like, Act 1, it's just about building money for the expedition. Act 2 is all about the Kunari. Well, it's about... Okay. No one act is technically about anything. Each act is technically all building up to the third act, but... The focus of Act 2 will be on the Kunari. And while I don't like the Kunari, this is the act that does make me very fascinated with them. Or, well, just this game in general made me kind of fascinated with the Kunari. Like I said, I don't like them. I would never want to be one of them, but their existence is interesting, especially as... By the way, I also think the fact that the developers considered Mage Hawk to be their canon Hawk, and because Hawk starts getting famous even as a mage, it kind of shows in a weird way a double standard with the powerful in this world, you know? Even in a place like Kirkwall that is super zealotous about the circle.
The compound
you know?
was not meant to be permanent. There are concerns the Kunari influence is no longer contained.
Was it ever? Kirkwall has tension enough between Templar and Mage. But these Kunari, they sit like gargoyles waiting for Maker knows what, and everyone goes mad around them. Nearly 4 years I've stood between fanatics. And now, this.
Don't keep us in suspense.
Leave us. Meredith at my throat, Orsino at my heels, and a city scared of heretical giants. Balance has held because the Kunari ask for nothing. Even the space in Lowtown was a gift to contain them. But now, the Arishok has requested you, by name. What did you do?
I can't help it if I make an impression.
Apparently not. I remember how you helped my son. It seems you are meant to have influence above your station. Speak to the Arishok. Give him what he needs to keep the peace. Can you do that for Kirkwall, Sarah Hawk?
Any idea what I can expect?
None. Honestly, I don't think I've heard 2 direct words from the Arishok. Other than his rather deliberate phrasing of begone. If you think his asking me to notify you of this is strange, well, you would be right.
Yep.
Sounds like you'd be better off without this headache.
They will not leave, and we don't have the resources to force the issue. At least, not in a way that would leave the city intact. If they had come to conquer, I suspect they would have done so.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Have the years been kind to Seamus?
He is his own man.
Now, I don't...
But your actions
Actually, I'm
tempered
going to
him
look it up
somewhat.
real
He's
quick.
not so angry.
Because like I mentioned,
I thank you for that. I may not agree with him on many things, but I am proud of what he is becoming.
Because the course of Dragon Age 2 as a whole takes place over 10 years, I believe. So, like, from the prologue to the start of Act 1 is a year. I'm pretty sure this Reddit thread says 7 years, but I'm pretty sure I clocked it at 10 years at one point. So I don't think that's right. Wait, what am I saying? What am I saying? They told it's been 3 years since Act 1, since we worked a year for Athenril, and during that first year's when the Kunari first showed up, and the Viscount just says they've been here for 4 years. So
I've seen hate for them, but I haven't heard anything major in years.
Zealots are bravest where their lies can't be argued, behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Chantry leaders see Kunari beliefs as a challenge, not an attack. But the message gets muddled among casual adherents.
No kidding.
I'm certainly not equipped to argue the fine points of faith.
I'm always willing to assist.
Well, that is an attitude this city has lacked for a long time. Appease the Arishok. Take his demand and let him return to dormancy. As awkward as this has been, it is better than the alternative. Stepping down is looking more and more appealing.
Okay, let me make sure I've got the guides for Isabella and Fenris on hand. We are in Act 2. Hold on, let me double check this. Okay, yes, it does... Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so there are 2 DLCs that are kind of like separate quests from the rest. One's called Legacy. I don't actually remember what the second one is like called. But there's only like approval for them with the Legacy DLC, not the other one.
Well, you have certainly risen through the rank. Good for you.
I don't like you. That was very condescending. Oh, hey, Seamus.
Seamus, wasn't it? The Viscount's boy?
You're here rather often, Sir Hawk. A good influence, I think.
Yeah.
Even by not taking sides, you helped start something. I still accept no blame for defending Kunari. And I don't miss the kinship of the people who oppose what I believe.
You're determined to be a thorn in someone's side. Good for you.
I'm the son of the Viscount. My actions are dissected no matter what I believe. I may as well try to do some good. If I offend, well, some people try very hard to be offended.
You're not wrong.
There are other ways to see the world. The Kunari have shown me that. Another time, when things are better.
I like Seamus. I will say, sadly, outside of one specific quest in Act 2, you don't actually interact with Seamus that much. And I wish that was not the case, because outside of the one, like, because I'm not going to lie, I completely forgot Seamus was a character until I got to the one singular quest he was directly involved in Act 2. And, well, we'll get to that when we get to that. That's locked, so I can't pick that.
We'll need to give them answers by tomorrow, Captain.
I'll have them. Dismissed.
The Seneschal was particularly vocal.
Dismissed. You'd think the Captain of the Guard could requisition a Templar or two, but no, that would be demeaning.
Yeah, of course it would.
Can't have them working for the people when eternity needs a nanny.
That's why I remain unimportant. Less pressure.
As if the return of the Amels hasn't set Hightown on its ear.
As long as it's off its ass.
Sure, have your fun. But the coin you poured into Kirkwall tipped what balance there was.
Sounds like you're spreading yourself pretty thin.
There are a lot of people in my charge. Someone has to look out for them.
You guard the guardsmen.
I don't turn people loose like Jevon. There's additional training, doubled patrols. Costs are up, but I've halved injuries. I'll take it and argue with Seneschal Bran later.
Grouse all you want. But the Aveline I know doesn't regret a second as captain.
They'd have to drag me out of here. And I'm sure some are lining up to try. You among them, I bet. Haven't had much time to follow you around. Not that I need to. I can trust that you at least try to do right.
Mm-hmm.
If you need me, Hawk, just say the word.
Again, I like Aveline a lot. You know, I kind of changed my mind on something real quick. I was going to give Aveline the shield, but given that I don't really use Aveline all that much, I'm going to actually just let her keep Wesley's shield the whole game. Just because, again, I kind of want to show you... Because I mentioned there's two... So yeah, so we are no longer able to select Carver outside of specific points in the game. Ooh, I'm going to have to reevaluate what I want my active party to be. Alright, we're going to actually go Varric, Isabella, and Fenris. That's going to be our active party. Outside of specific points in the story or like specific... Wow, I did not realize I am like still super middle of the road with Fenris. That's not good. I mean, to be fair, I have more time to win over Fenris than I do Isabella, but still, that's not as good as I would have liked. But yeah, so both the DLC quests of whatever the second one's called and Legacy, you can select Carver for both of those, and that's mostly because you can do both of them at like the... Oh. Hey, Bodane.
I've been looking everywhere for you, Messiah. If only you humans didn't all look the same.
Fair enough. But because I could actually do them in Act 1 while Carver was still an active party member, that's why they let me, well, plus it's also, the second one in particular is relevant to Carver's story too.
We can't all be short and bearded like your people, Bowden.
Indeed. It's quite a shame, really. I came to deliver this to you. The last of the proceeds from all that treasure you found in the deep roads. It seems your friend Varric found a buyer after all, yes? Quite well done.
So you raced here just to give me this?
Well, why not?
Oh, I didn't want to be responsible for so much coin. Just holding that purse was making me sweat.
Look, plus, let's be perfectly frank.
Before I go, I'll simply say how grateful I am that you've allowed my boy to stay in your home. I said I would repay you for saving Sandal's life, and I shall serve you faithfully. It is good to know he is safe.
Let me guess. This was Mother's idea?
As you say, yes. I'll leave you to your adventures. Your mother asks that you return to the mansion when you have a chance.
Oh yeah, I should, not you, you only can equip Bianca.
Were you listening?
But given Bodane's backstory of being accused of, what's it called? Killing a dwarf noble's, brother just because he happened to be selling, like, their gauntlets or something. Or their greave, or their bracers that he found in the fucking deep roads. I don't blame Bodane for feeling sweaty and nervous with that much coin on his pocket.
You! This is your fault!
Beg pardon?
You and that blighter, Varric Tethras.
Beg pardon?
What did I do? You'll be the end of my boys.
I don't even know who you are.
Yevon, member in good standing of the Dwarven Merchants Guild. Not that it really matters to people like you.
You'll have to be more specific. A lot of things are my fault.
Yeah, fair enough.
My sons are lost in the deep roads because of stories about you. Your sodding glory and treasure.
Okay.
Don't you dare blame her. We both know this was Iwan's doing.
If you want to keep your job, shut your mouth, woman.
Okay, so this...
The boys are grown men. It was their own decision.
If this is the one I think it is, this quest is only available if you port a save file over with a Dragon Age Awakening DLC.
Your boys don't sound bright enough to follow a map.
So,
sure they didn't get
basically...
My boys aren't stupid.
I say that because
maybe,
if this is the
but
quest
not
I think it is, this is the one
You're the
time we
only
get to see
one who knows where
Nathaniel.
They went. They were following the path of your expedition. Please help me find them. Don't let my boys die down there.
Sure, I'll look. How many Darkspawn could have come back in 3 years
Oh,
anyway?
they even say how many years
Thank
it's
you,
been.
Nasser. Those boys are my life.
Okay.
They entered the deep roads using the same passage you did. Please find them. I will see you rewarded for your efforts.
Wait, seriously? Isabella, I'm trying. Okay. Sorry, it's hard because, again, this approval guide I have doesn't include rivalry. So... Now, do I... Because, again, I'm not going to not take this one. Because... No, yeah. It's not like refusing the quest gets approval, and I'm not going to not do this quest, because... The reason I was somewhat insistent on still doing the Awakening DLC as Edgelord was so I could have access to Nathaniel. So Nathaniel could show up in this game.
I'll leave.
Anyway. Okay, so instead we're just gonna go into my house, just so that's I think the quickest way to drop Isabella from the party. Go do the conversation and then
Bianca?
I think she deserves to feel a woman's touch on her trigger.
So yeah, this is our family estate that we were able to get back. I mean, I know that like the intro said bought a house in Hightown, but I'm like pretty damn sure it was meant to be that we bought our mother's childhood home back specifically. I don't know, because like, so Act 2 is where I do recommend doing the Legacy DLC. I don't know if I want to do it right away or if I want to wait a bit before we do that one. Probably gonna wait, just because if I do the Legacy DLC, that's probably all we're going to do today, and I want to show off a little more of Act 2 now that we're here. I love this casual outfit.
You've settled in nicely.
It's just luck and skill.
Indeed. Still, more coin never hurts, right? Say, if someone wanted to pass some work your way...
Fuck it, I'm gonna be...
I'm listening, Aveline. What's the trouble?
A thorn in my side, inventing trouble and scaring people. Remember Emmerich, the Templar? He wants your help, and some sort of official sanction.
Interesting.
Official sanction?
For his investigation. He's convinced that every random murder in the past few years is connected, and he won't be quiet.
Muzzle the geezer. Got it.
I would never say that. But if it leads somewhere genuine, I'll pick it up on your word. If he shuts up, that's good too.
I love you, Aveline.
He's in the gallows. Thanks, Hawk. I appreciate it.
Night Terrors. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Okay. Okay. Oh. Again, anytime, like, same thing with, like, the letter from, like, the woman from Lotharine that we got from Carver in the first act. I do kind of wonder if any of these characters were people we actually met in Lotharine. Oh, speaking of another one from Lotharine.
I like the doggy. Ruff.
Sandal, you're too precious for this world.
It looks like they're having a nice chat. Maybe Sandal picked up some Mabari speak from our time at the hero of Ferelden's camp.
Probably.
It's strange living here again. My childhood home. Now owned by my child. It's not something I could have imagined when I was a little girl staring out this window. I'm still grateful you used your money from the expedition to buy back the estate. I feel like an Amel again.
Just don't go all pompous on me, all right?
I promise. If there's one thing I learned in Ferelden, it's that good people can be born in a hut as easily as a palace. Honestly, after so many years as a peasant's wife, it feels strange to have nothing to do. But I can't spend the rest of my life mourning Bethany and Carver. They're gone, and I can't bring them back. I guess I just need to start picking you out a suitable husband.
Thank you, but I've got a nice broody elf and a potential blood mage elf to
Didn't Fenris say all
I don't need a
boys
suitable
make
husband.
blood and tears of slaves?
So yeah, now these DLC starters have been moved up here. Let's see, this one is Memento of the Mark of the Assassin. That's what that one's called. Or Mark of the Assassin, that's what the quest is called.
Varric must be stopped.
We'll burn that bridge when we get there, but I'm not the biggest fan of Mark of the Assassin. Alright, we'll build the party sans Isabella. Yeah, you can come along, Meryl. Okay, I do need to, what's what I'm looking for? To get access to Gamlen's house on the map, I do need to physically, go there again. Which, do that. Like, re-get Gamlen's map, you know, home on the map, because you do get quests. Like, again, Gamlen is not innocent. He legitimately did some terrible stuff and legitimately deserves criticism for the stuff he did. But he does get more hate than I think he deserves, and I do think his situation was sympathetic, to say the very least. And honestly, there's some good stuff that you can get by reconnecting with Gamlen and such. Okay, here's a plan. We'll take this quest. Oh, I need to level up Meryl.
This is your fault. You'll be the end of...
Your boys are grown men.
Please help me find them. They entered the...
Okay. Yeah, Meryl is so... Again, I remember when I first played this game, Meryl was like my favorite character. The character I'm like, I'm gonna romance her. She was always in my party. And that's just not really the case as much anymore. So it's just always weird to see just the fact that in most of my playthroughs nowadays, she just kind of sits... her approval just kind of sits in the middle, you know? So yeah, we're gonna quickly hit up the shops just in case there's backpacks to be had, and then plus I need to empty my pocket. Backpack. So far, my name is Talk, and this is my favorite store in Hightown. But then we'll hit up Fenris's shop, or not shop, Fenris's mansion. But yeah, this guy, I forget his name, he shows up later. So
Practically a ghost. Heard your job.
I prefer it that way.
I said anything.
excuse me. You know, something I do kind of like... There's something that I did kind of like about this game versus Origins, and I do think it's done a little better in the next two games, I suppose, is... So in the first game, the only companion you got that was an elf was Zevran, unless you played an elf. So it's kind of nice in this game to have both Fenris and Meryl. One's a Dalish elf. Like, just the fact that despite elves being so oppressed in this world, they're still complete opposites in terms of what they view as good and bad in this world. Now, I do think it is handled a little bit. It is a little more interesting in the next two games, especially Veilguard, having both Davrin and Balara. Because Balara is a Dalish elf, and I think Davrin isn't. But, I don't know. The contrast between just...
So the Seneschal's tax collector won't be coming around again like you asked. Funny story.
I'll pass, but thank you for the help.
Spoil sport. Why you want to squat up here in Hightown is beyond me.
I like the view.
So do I.
Three years. There's still no sign of Daenerys. I'm beginning to wonder if he's finally given up.
This is his mansion, isn't it? He must know you're here.
Would you be surprised to learn that it isn't, in fact, his mansion? It belongs to a Tevinter merchant, one who has evidently given up on the place. Perhaps he is dead. Perhaps Daenerys killed him. Either way, if Daenerys is aware of my presence, he has done nothing.
Don't tell me you're going to miss all the attention.
Tell me, what do you do when you stop running?
You take a breath and look around. And start anew.
I don't know how. My first memory is receiving these markings. The lyrium being branded into my flesh. The agony wiped away everything. Whatever life I had before I became a slave, it's lost. I shouldn't trouble you with this. My problems are not yours.
I might be able to help with your problems. Or give you a few more.
Only a few.
It depends if I really work at it.
Tempting. You're a beautiful woman, Hawk. Is there no one else who has your attention?
I didn't quite catch that first part.
I don't need to repeat the obvious, I'm certain. I'm an escaped slave and an elf, living in a borrowed mansion. None of those things bother you.
And I'm an apostate refugee. Does that bother you?
You have me there. You raise an interesting point. I'll have to consider it. We should move on.
And that's why I like romance. That's why I like being a mage and romancing Fenris, because he does kind of have an interesting character arc of being like, am I actually okay with magic, or can I be okay with magic for the person I love, you know? It's a good character arc, and I like it. Then again, I just really like... If it wasn't obvious already, I just really like... Fenris. Like I said, I think Fenris might be one of my favorite, if not my favorite Dragon Age character. It's up there. It's kind of a tie between Fenris and Solus. Just sort of depends on the day. And I know Solus being a favorite character is a super unpopular opinion. I get that, but I don't care. I think basically that should just tell you that I simp for the elves in this world. What's up, douchebag? Wait, I think... Yeah, we're going to keep that one. Just in case. I don't think any of these, like, speak with really affects anyone else.
Stop the itch.
Yes. Though I would stay away from women you meet in the port. Pirates tend to dock in unsavory places.
I heard that.
Just use the salve if it comes back.
Excuse me.
Now, I don't know if that's supposed to be the Seneschal, or if that's just a reused model.
I had Templars practically on my doorstep the other night.
The Templars are hunting you.
Not me specifically. They were just checking the refugee camps. But it's not like this place is a secret. It's only a matter of time.
I can't say you've been keeping a low profile.
The Knight Commander is out of control. Even her own people have been talking about it. The curfews, the midnight raids on mages' families. Everyone I know forced into hiding so they won't be made tranquil.
Justice must not know where to turn first.
in the Fade, there is no time. Emotion rules everything. Justice doesn't know how to sit idle until the right moment to strike. And I can't say I have any greater patience. I fear what my anger has made of my friend.
What's the worst that can happen? You turn into an abomination and start... Never mind. Bad joke.
My control is fraying. I cannot hold back justice, or whatever creature he has become, much longer. I have not attacked the Templars openly. I've helped the mages here as best I can, but this impasse cannot last. One day, everyone in Kirk will have to choose a side.
Oh boy. Look, you're not wrong, buddy, but it doesn't mean I agree with you.
Look at them. There's no hope.
Here you've got a nice little setup in High Time. Sounds pretty sweet.
You keep
Do you have coin to spare, Messer? My children are starving.
I hope this helps.
Thank you. Make a smile on you.
I don't know if that actually does anything. But I digress. You know, the design of this place reminds me of like the thief gathering area in the third Dragon Age, or not, third Baldur's Gate 3. I'm going to go check the shop in the Dalish camp up in Sundermount. That's what I'm doing here, just if anyone's wondering. Always an important thing to do. Oh, we're getting Fenris' quest.
Stop right there. You are in possession of stolen property. Back away from the slave now and you'll be spared.
Fenris is a free man.
I won't repeat myself. Back away from the slave now. I am not your slave!
Although... Well, okay. If I need to redo things, we don't have to back up by too much. Sorry, you do not want, if you don't want to bring Isabella with you on this particular mission for Fenris. But we'll burn that. After we beat this fight, we'll see what happens.
I've got what you need right here. Go down. Gotcha.
Messing with her?
Where is he?
Please, don't kill me.
Tell me!
I don't know. I don't know, I swear. Adriana brought us. She's at the holding caves north of the city. I can show you the way.
No need. I know which ones you speak of.
Then let me go. I beg you. I swear
You
I
chose
won't...
the wrong master. Adriana. I was a fool to think I was free. They'll never let me be.
This is someone you know.
My old master's apprentice. I remember her well. A sniveling social climber that would sell her own children if she thought it would please Daenerys. If she's here, it's at his bidding. I knew he wouldn't let this go.
Then why are we standing around?
The holding caves held slaves in the old times, but apparently they are no longer abandoned. We must go quickly, before Hadriana has a chance to prepare, or flee.
Cool. I got some. Hey, hold on, I'm confuzzled. No, that's right. Because, that's right. Because I said he is no slave. I got approval for saying that. So, yeah, that's why it was only +5, not +10. Because there was a beat in between those instances. Okay, we're actually just going to go to the Viscount's Keep. Because the party changing horn is adjacent to the front door. So, yeah, the reason I don't want to bring Isabella is there's a specific outcome that you can do that raises Fenris's affection, but Isabella is not the biggest fan of it. Like I said, I really can't afford to lose affection with Isabella right now. It's like, I know I'm going to miss out on gaining some affection from her, but I don't like the outcome that that we get affection for her in this instance. Yeah, let's bring Meryl again. Okay, we've got Fenris's quest, so we are going to do Fenris's quest. I'm simping again. I'm a Fenris simp, so I'm going to prioritize this. All right. Hi, Slavars. Where's Meryl and Varric? Can you guys get in there, please?
I'll deal with it.
Badass. Sorry, I'm in deep thought right now because, again, I'm still deciding how I want to tackle the next two games in terms of what class do I want to be in. I'm thinking I may still be a mage in the next game just because it is fun, but I'm also open to, well, I'm actually open to being just about anything in the next game, really. I do know I'm probably going to be a rogue in Veilguard. I mean, okay, I know that it isn't as necessary to have, like, that is one thing I do have beef with Veilguard, is that they kind of remove the necessity to have one of each type of class in the game. Or in the party, I should say, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Then again, as someone who actually liked Veilguard, they do make a few decisions that I don't think were smart. But, yeah. But the reason why I'm thinking of being a rogue in that one is that the three characters that I'm debating on romancing, which I actually might let you guys vote because I am a bit indecisive on it right now. But I might let you guys vote on which of the 3 romances I'm thinking of romancing I should do. Because I want to see all 3 of them eventually, but... Oh dear, my vision has gone hazy.
We must be careful.
Oh no, I've gone
There were many
cross-eyes.
such holdings once, especially in the mountains, where individual slavers kept private pens. They were designed to protect against raids by fellow slavers. No doubt it's why Hadriana chose this place.
Do slavers attack each other often?
They did. What better way to find slaves than to steal them? The holdings outside of Tevinter have mostly been abandoned, but they still exist.
Maybe she wanted to redecorate. Add a few flowers.
She's not a flowers kind of woman. Let's hope this isn't a waste of time.
You know, it was funny. So after I played this game for the first time, I played Skyrim for the first time, because again, they came out in the same year. And it was funny hearing the Fenris' voice actor using the Fenris voice, doing a couple of background characters in Skyrim. Right. It's being like, okay, Fenris has to be in it, so it gets kind of Oh, I could have waited till here to swap things up. Oh, well. I forgot that this was a thing. Let's see. Let's go this way first.
See for yourself. The legacy of the Magisters.
Yep.
They sacrificed the unwilling.
Is that so hard to believe? Yourself.
That's not true.
Believe what you like. In my experience, mages always find a way to justify their need for power.
Again, I'm probably, after I'm done streaming this, just do a private playthrough where I just go full blood mage, you know, kind of, just so I could, because I've never done that. I've always tried to be, you know, not a psychopath. But, you know, just to kind of see what the outcomes are. Because, like, there are just a number of outcomes I've never done just because, well, just reasons, you know?
Now you fall.
I do know I'm probably never going to do the let your sibling die option, because I've never seen that, and I don't care for it, because I personally feel I'm like, the sibling is an interesting enough character that just letting them die detracts enough from the experience. It's not worth it, you know? Okay, that was funny, because I'm pretty sure, like, Varric and Fenris were kind of, like, on fast. Since I kind of quickly paused the game, they then kind of had to speed up to catch up to where they were supposed to be or whatever. So it was like they're on fast forward. Yeah, so funny story. I have a funny story to say about this. And to be fair, I'm not trying to actively make fun of my old college roommates, but I'm also... It's kind of like how it was in Dragon Age 1. If you never had Liliana in your party, you'd potentially never get a personal quest.
Did they touch you?
They've been killing
Which,
everyone.
given that I always play as a
They
rogue,
cut
I very
Papa,
rarely do.
bled him.
But
why? Why would they do this?
These poor people. This is ghastly. The Magister, she said she needed power, that someone was coming to kill her. We tried to be good. We did everything we were told. She loved Papa's soup. I don't understand.
This has been terrible for you.
Everything was fine until today.
It wasn't. You just didn't know any better.
Are you my master now?
No.
But I can cook. I can clean. What else will I do?
If you go to Kirkwall, I can help you.
Yes? Oh, praise the Maker. Thank you.
I didn't realize you were in the market for a slave.
I gave her a job, Fenris.
Ah, then that's good. My apologies. Let's find Hadriana and be done with this place.
okay, cool. Okay, good. That got me some approval from everybody. But yeah, I think it just ties into more in her free spirit in a sense. But like, you can get approval from Isabella by giving her money and telling her to go, but she doesn't like you employing her, which I kind of get. I really do. But I'm like, that's actually not a good thing, Isabella, because since she's been raised as a slave, she's been indoctrinated as a slave, she wouldn't be able to function in the real world on her own. So I feel this is a much more effective way of easing into real life. But again, so back to what I was saying about my roommate. Well, so that elf will now show up in your mansion for the rest of the game, and you can chat with her. I remember asking my college roommate who'd beaten the game, like, can you get any other servants or other people to live in your house besides her? And he's like, I've never seen her before. And it's because, well, let's just say he liked women too much. So he only really ever used the female characters, only ever romanced the female characters, so he never actually used Fenris. So Fenris was never present in his party, so he never actually did Fenris's quest. Because again, if Fenris is not in your party, this quest will never trigger. Which I get, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. Because much like not being able to use get Liliana's quest in the first game, I don't like that the game functionally punishes you for not using certain characters, you know? Because it does limit your freedom in a sense. Now, again, I know that in some respects, like, I get you have to have Varric in your party for the Deep Roads expedition, because, well, literally, he's going on it no matter what you do. And I understand from a story standpoint why Anders has to be in your party if you want your sibling to survive and become a Grey Warden. It logically makes sense. But, well, that's not really what I'm talking about. You can still get the quest. You can still get the experience regardless of what you do. It's just the outcome that'll be affected. What I don't like is just a lot of the other, like I said, just if you don't think to use that specific character at that specific time, you potentially miss out on quests experience points, as well as just experiencing the game in its entirety.
There is only one person I want dead more.
I have information, Elf, and I will trade it in return for my life.
Ha! The location of Daenerys. What good will that do me? I'd rather he lose his pet pupil.
You have a sister. She is alive. You wish to reclaim your life. Let me go, and I will tell you where she is.
This is your call.
So I have your word. I tell you, and you let me go.
Yes, you have my word.
Her name is Verania. She is in Carinus, serving a magister by the name of Ahriman.
A servant, not a slave.
She's not a slave.
I believe you.
Yeah, I agree she deserved
We're
to die.
done here.
Do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about it. This could be a trap. Denarius could have sent Hadriana here to tell me about this sister. Even if he didn't, trying to find her would still be suicide. Denarius has to know about her and has to know that Hadriana knows. But all that matters is I finally got to crush this bitch's heart. May she rot, and all the other mages with her.
Maybe we should leave.
Don't comfort me. You saw what was done here. There's always going to be some reason, some excuse why mages need to do this. Even if I found my sister, who knows what the Magisters have done to her? What has magic touched that it doesn't spoil? I need to go.
Again, I know a lot of people don't like Fenris because he takes these kind of hard stances, but I like him because it makes sense he feels this way. Like, yeah, it's one of the reasons why Fenris is one of my favorite characters, is because even when you are a mage, even when you can convince some that not all mages are bad, it's not just a simple, well, herp de derp, I've had my opinions changed on mages now. It's like, no, I think Fenris in many respects is one of the better arguments against mages in this game. Like I said, it's not perfect.
I took out my anger on you, undeservedly so. I was not myself. I'm sorry.
I had no idea where you went. I was concerned.
I needed to be alone. When I was still a slave, Hadriana was a torment. She would ridicule me, deny my meals, hound my sleep. Because of her status, I was powerless to respond, and she knew it. The thought of her slipping out of my grasp now. I couldn't let her go. I wanted to, but I couldn't.
What do you mean?
This hate. I thought I'd gotten away from it. But it dogs me no matter where I go. To feel it again. To know it was they who planted it inside me. It was too much to bear. But I didn't come here to burden you further.
We're friends, Fenris.
I'm not certain I know what that is.
Cool. Oh, hey, Aveline.
Did you ever run the wilds, boy? Kirkwall is no city for a breed used to open spaces. Nice as your estate is, it's not healthy for a Mabari to be cooped up. May I take him to the barracks time to time? He could help train my guards.
Good idea. He'll put the fear of dog into them.
Good. I think it's time they face down a good old Mabari charge. How about it, boy? Want to chew on some recruits?
I love Mabari. I mean, I get why they stop appearing.
I've been wondering if I shouldn't remarry.
At least this
I'm
frequently.
sure the last thing you need is your mother watching over your shoulder every time you come home. But perhaps there is still life once your children have outgrown you.
You've been through a lot. You deserve any joy you can find.
Thank you, love. No one could ever replace your father. But it is refreshing to think I could still be courted at this age.
She claims she was sent here by you.
Hey, Aurora.
Greetings, mistress. Your home was difficult to find. I've never been out on my own before, but I found it. Many people know of you. I hope I've made myself useful. I've already begun cleaning, and I can cook. Not as good as Papa, but a little. Is there anything else you'd like me to do?
If you're staying here, Orana, it will be as my servant.
You mean I won't be a slave anymore?
You'll be paid, like anyone else.
A slave is all I've ever been, like Papa and Grandpapa before me. I'll try to be a good servant. Thank you, mistress. You're too good to me.
Yeah.
Wish Bodan would clean the fireplace. Says it reminds him of a mine shaft.
Another thing I do like about her in particular is that you can really see how much she's developed by the time we get to Act 3. Because she is much, much more comfortable. And she actually does have more natural dialogue with you rather than just stepping on eggshells trying to make my master, you know, happy or whatever. She's still not great at it, but it is... She has improved by leaps and bounds, and it's comforting to see. Okay. Which quest is this specifically? Questioning beliefs. Okay. I mean, I've got a feeling I know what are the right answers here, but I want to maximize approval just to be safe. Doesn't say. Okay.
I once
Oh,
knew a
sorry,
sailor
Isabel.
like
I love
you.
you, but I need to
We
talk
lost
to
him in a
Fenris.
hurricane.
Okay,
Very
let's get
sad.
away from the door. There we go.
Last bottle of the Egregio. I've been saving it for a special occasion.
And what's that?
The anniversary of my escape. Astia Vala Femundis. Care to hear the story?
I enjoy listening to you talk.
There are few pleasures greater than speaking with a beautiful woman. Let's see. You've heard of Saharan? The Imperium and the Qunari have fought over the island for centuries now. I was there with Daenerys during a Qunari attack. I managed to get him to a ship, but there was no room for a slave. I was left behind. I barely got out of the city alive.
There's nothing like war for covering one's escape.
I had no intention of escaping. That time. There are rebels in the Saharan jungles called Fog Warriors. They found me and took me in, nursed me back to health. I stayed with them for a time, until Daenerys finally came for me.
He was relieved to see you'd survived, right?
Relieved to see his investment hadn't ended up in Qunari hands, perhaps. I'd grown fond of the rebels. They bowed to no master and fought for their freedom. It was beyond my experience. When Daenerys came, they refused to let him take me.
There's the Kirkwall seal on that bottle.
He ordered me to kill them. So I did. I killed them all.
Once a slave, always a slave.
It felt inevitable. My master had returned and this fantasy life was over. But once it was done, I looked down at their bodies. I felt I couldn't. I ran and never looked back.
Didn't Daenerys stop you?
The rebels had wounded him. The soldiers he brought attempted to capture me, unsuccessfully. It was weeks before Daenerys was able to mount the hunt in earnest, but by then, I was already gone.
How well did you know these Fog Warriors?
I knew them only a few months, but in that time, I felt as if I truly lived. They were bold, strong, free with their affections. I was in awe of them and owed them everything. And I turned on them even so.
This can't be easy to talk about.
I've never spoken about what happened to anyone. I've never wanted to. Perhaps this is what it means to have a friend.
It might mean more than that.
I have never allowed anyone too close. When my markings were created, the pain was extraordinary, and the memory lingers. But you are unlike any woman I have ever met. With you, it might be different.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
If there was someone before, I have no memory of it.
There was no one after you escaped, even?
I stayed nowhere for long. Who would I trust? I didn't think I needed anyone, or wanted anyone, until now.
We could find out.
On another evening, perhaps. A last toast, then. To the fallen.
Yeah, so everyone in Dragon Age 2 gets a quest called Questioning Beliefs. It's... I don't think it's like a point-for-point comparison, but it kind of reminds me in concept of like the Mass Effect 2 loyalty quest. Like I said, it's not exact, but I do know the Mass Effect and Dragon Age series, well, Dragon Age in particular I feel has been more influenced by
Fenris?
I have been thinking of you. In fact, I've been able to think of little else.
But both franchises
Command
had
me to go, and I shall.
They do have a tendency to borrow from each other, and I do mean that in a good way to an extent. Because, like, so Mass Effect 2 had, loyalty missions and an end game where characters can die if they're not loyal. This game kind of did something similar, but lighter.
Did I say anything?
So, that line of dialogue in particular, to initiate the encounter, that actually is affected based on if your humor is serious or aggressive.
I'm sorry, it's not... It was fine.
So,
no, that is insufficient. It was better than anything I could have dreamed.
So, the other three characters you can romance, they get a full-on different outfit once they become your partner. Fenris, on the other hand, his change is he starts wearing a red arm, like a red sash on his wrist. So, that's...
Oh? I can come up with much crazier things in my dreams.
I began to remember my life before. Just flashes. It's too much. This is too fast. I cannot do this.
Your life before? What do you mean?
Because, like, Meryl would get, like,
I've
this
never
white
remembered
outfit,
anything from
which
before
is
the ritual.
very beautiful.
There were faces,
well, then again, I think Anders' second outfit comes from
just
a specific
moment,
quest.
I could recall all of it, and then it slipped away.
If it brings your memory back, maybe we need to do it more often.
Perhaps you don't realize how upsetting this is.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
I've never remembered anything, and to have it all come back in a rush, only to lose it.
No, that's fair.
I can't.
We can work through this.
I'm sorry. I feel like such a fool. All I wanted was to be happy. Just for a little while. forgive me.
I know that this is a point of contention with some people, and to be fair, I totally get it.
Isabella seemed disappointed.
About
didn't find
why
anything
some
worth
people are not the
gossiping
biggest
about.
fan of Fenris. So he does
Orion
does
plays
leave.
the lute beautifully.
So like Anders
One of
and
her
Meryl
duties as a slave.
will actually move in with you. Isabella won't, at least not right away. But Fenris never does
Who's
because
a funny boy?
of his
You are. Yes, you are.
issues. So it does. I do know it does annoy some people. Again, it doesn't because it feels very It feels very real to me.
I hope all
Again, that's not to say that other characters don't feel real too, but like the reason I do love Fenris so much again is that he really feels like a nice, real, fleshed out character to me. Yeah. Okay. Alright, we're going to stop by Fenris's mansion one last time, and then we're actually going to... That is something I do love about the Dragon Age games, at least the later ones, less so with Origins, is that I do feel like you can kind of get lost. Be like, okay, I'm going to do this next. I'm like, oh, wait, but let me take care of this first. But, oh, no, okay, now this becomes available. We're going to do that first instead. And don't get me wrong, I know that's a staple with a lot of games. I mean, hell, Kingdoms of Amalur, The Reckoning, another game made by BioWare, which is on my edgelord, which I do plan on playing as edgelord eventually, given the fact that it's an open world game, is like that, very much so. Okay, like I said, I didn't think there'd be another conversation to be had with Fenris.
I enjoy following you.
Okay, cool. All right, we are going to go. Actually, let's go to the Hangman, since Varric and Isabella, that's both of their base of operations. Step away from the door, or guys, step away from the door just so that I can talk to you a little more easily.
Just tell me if you hear more rumblings from the coterie about protection. Blondie's got enough trouble. Let me ask you something, Hawk. You made it into Hightown. I'd expect anyone else to get complacent, but you must have plans.
I think it's time to change how Kirkwall is run.
Really? Politics? That's either idealism or crazy talking, so right up your alley, I'd say. To be honest, I thought there might be a chance you'd want to go back to Ferelden now that things have calmed down. It's good to hear you're sticking around.
I grabbed the thing. I am back.
What would I do without my trusty dwarf? I'd cry myself to sleep without you.
Yes,
Oh, don't
and
get
so would all the
teary-eyed
fans.
on me, Hawk. You know I can't stand to see a human cry. So, we've got a whole city-state full of trouble to get into. Shall we get started?
It's like you haven't moved in 3 years.
It's easier for people to find me this way. Do you remember the relic I told you about? The one I need to find? I've been following a lead. I'm so close I can taste it.
Isn't that what you said last time?
Oh, you mean when I went digging for that stash?
Yes. That turned out to contain several badly written poems and an old boot.
It could have contained the relic. I just thought I'd let you know that I may soon be taking you up on that offer of help.
Okay, I can't do that. So if I did this, I would get so much affection, but I do not want that since...
You can count on me.
Thanks. I appreciate it. If I learn anything
But
new,
yeah,
you'll be the first to hear
if I
about
flirt
it.
with Isabella, like, at all, just show up at the mansion and be like, hey, you wanna have some girly fun in the bedroom? And if you turn her down, ooh, you lose so many affection points, and I can't have that. Oh, really?
Isabella, my dusky goddess, you have buried yourself in the flesh of my heart like a worm in a red apple.
Why are you comparing her to a worm?
Worm, you.
Oh, look, my friend is here. Excuse me.
But I haven't gotten to the part where I invite you to feast upon my tender white flesh.
That's all right. I think I'll manage. Speaking of romance, you and Fenris, eh? That taut, controlled body, the brooding demeanor and intense gaze. I hear he still wears the shackles from his life in bondage under his clothes. You know what they say about men like that, don't you?
I'm going to regret asking you to continue, aren't I?
He can't find a saw.
I love you, Isabella.
I had you there. You thought I was going to say something dirty.
I mean, you're not wrong. Again, this is why I love you, Isabella. Again, Isabella is a good romance option. It's just, if it wasn't for the fact that I love Isabella, I like Meryl's romance more, and I absolutely love Fenris's romance. So that's why I just rarely do hers.
Why do you always win at cards?
Because I cheat, kitten.
Also, the friendship between these two
This
is
trinket,
adorable.
It's Elven, isn't it? From your clan. Don't bet anything you're not prepared to lose. Here, have it back.
And that's why I like Isabella, is even though she's a very worldly
your
woman.
finest whiskey for my friend over here. The hanged man's finest isn't
She-
much, but it'll get you just as drunk as anything you'll find in Hightown.
What's the word I'm looking? It's that.
And you'll wake up and find someone stolen your trousers.
That's when you know it's a party.
No,
I thought
Isabella's
I'd
a
have
good
to watch myself
character.
around you,
As the years
but
have
as it
gone,
turns
I know I
out,
set up. I
you're all
had
right.
some concerns with her character, but no, I still like her.
What do you mean I'm all right?
You don't judge people. You're not afraid to get your hands dirty. You know, little things like that. If I had someone like you on board my ship when the storm hit, maybe we wouldn't have been shipwrecked.
Maybe you would have been shipwrecked sooner. I'm a terrible sailor.
Are you? I suppose I'll have to keel haul you till you shape up.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Sweet. I think I've got Isabella's friendship where it needs to. That's not what I meant to do. Actually, yes, it is. Abilities. No. Cool. Yep, I've got them firmly in camp friendship. So
I hear you think mages should be free.
Everyone should be free, not just mages.
Not everyone's dangerous.
It's not about who's dangerous. It's about having choices made for you. Don't you wish you had the choice not to have lyrium stuck under your skin?
I do.
This is silly. I don't want to argue.
Do you want to guess what color my underclothes are again?
Oh yes, that's much more fun.
You know Isabella, don't you? Do you think I should compare her to a scintillating biscuit or a lonely apple?
Don't mind the drunks. They're friendlier than they look. And they don't bite. Much.
What's the word on the street?
The craziest thing. Apparently, the pigeon population has taken a nosedive in Ferelden. Weird, huh?
I love that.
What kind of sick individual preys on those innocent things?
Thanks.
Any...
And then we died because the Batarian poisoned our whiskey.
Anyone know Sir Karen? Has he done?
Sorry, just since Isabel's friendship's where I need it to be, just trying to decide if I want to replace, well, because replace her with one of these three. If I do that, though, I'll just keep pissing. Nope, I'm just gonna stick with this group for now. I'm okay with this group for now. Okay. So we've done the hangman. I think all we need to do is let's go talk to Meryl. Oh?
By the dread wolf! Why is my house always such a mess when people are here?
Interesting. That is interesting. All right, now let's explore Lowtown. Okay. We're going to hold off doing this quest just yet, due to the fact that I want to check out the shops first.
Really?
Room to room choreographing routes.
Let's see. Oh yeah, the Gamlin's house is up here.
Alert the gentry. They need to put this on the calendar.
So you're moving up in the world? Got some coin to share with your favorite uncle?
You know, I don't actually have a problem with that, but I don't have the option of doing
So you're moving up in
But yeah, I think now that we've come back here, we should be able to fast travel to Gamlin's house from the map. I could be completely wrong about that, just remembering incorrectly, but yeah, I do believe that is the case. You know, I kind of realized something. Carver kind of gets the short end of the stick no matter what you do. Because at least with Bethany, yeah, she's in the circle, and the circle is hella oppressive towards mages. But if she ever escapes the circle, she's actually in a position where she can resume a normal life. Whereas in Carver's case, if you join the Grey Wardens, we know that being a Grey Warden is an eventual death sentence. And if he joins the Templars, we know that, well, they control the church controls the Templars by getting them addicted to lyrium. So he's going to be kind of fucked up that way no matter what you do, you know? So, yeah. Carver does get kind of flubberknocked no matter what you do.
I buy the guy a drink, but I don't think he needs one.
Oh, yeah, we should probably go back to Sundermount and actually, actually look at the shop, like, what I was trying to do when we got Fenris's quest. I am shocked. Like, the shops and the gallows aside, since that's where the mages hang out anyway, I'm actually amazed there can just be a shop here that sells stuff for mages, because mages shouldn't be out and about, you know? You think they would get, you know, curb stomped by the Templars faster than you could say, hi, how do you do? Fine, how are you? So I'm a little less concerned about money in this game as I am in the first one. Yeah, I'm a lot more inclined to buy goods. Oh, I can't even equip that right now. Okay.
Feel free to browse my wares.
Yes.
The profits help Ferelden refugees.
Oh,
here
do you
and at home.
have a shop I can browse anymore?
Feel free to browse my wares.
Well, I'd love to, but the person that I...
Here and
Heck, even the donation box is gone. That might be why I often forget that there's a shop in here, because you might lose access to it after the first year. Interesting. Let's see, I also think we're gonna put off doing, yeah, that stretch feels good. Oh, shit. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to be right back. Something. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes. Thank you all for that. Like I said, I had like an emergency, and I'm like, I literally had to take care of it like right now. Oh, wait, here's the one I bought all the mage stuff from. So I don't remember if this shopkeep ever comes back, but if you recall, that is the shopkeeper who what's the word I'm looking for? That's the father of the elf, the half mage, half elf hybrid character. That's, let's see, so I've done all the Hightown, I've done all of Lowtown. There is one shop here, there's two shops here, but yeah, let's go to Sundermount first. Just for the sake of, yeah, just since there's no active quest at Sundermount. I love the loading. I've said it before, but I want to emphasize, I love the loading screens in this game. Because they're all visually pleasing to look at, but once you actually know the game better...
Continue harassing our hunting parties, Templar, and there will be consequences.
Hand over Fenris. You heathens have no idea of the danger on a...
Elves were using magic when your primitive ancestors still lived like beasts. If you dare interrogate one of my hunters again...
The Maker be my witness. I will bring Fenris to the gallows.
Hawk, you may want to leave before this gets messy.
Are you actually planning to attack Templars?
This Shem caught one of our Dalen hunters. She tortured the boy with fire while she interrogated him about Fenris.
That's nothing compared to what we'll do if you don't hand over the apostate.
This is your last chance to leave and avoid bloodshed, Hawk.
Hold on. It's too bad I don't have Meryl in my party.
You've gone too far, Templar. I won't let you kill these people.
Traitor!
Wait, seriously? Our friendship might be good enough I can live with that, but seriously? Hold on, I'm curious. Would I have gotten approval if I'd left? Just like, I'm just curious. Just checking. Sorry, it doesn't actually list. Like, it doesn't list this sequence. But yeah, I'm not reloading. I don't see the point.
We must... Masarana's friend.
Oh dear, your bow's glitched to your hand, guy.
If you walk the paths of Sundermount, walk softly.
Watch your steps, Yam. A storm is coming. I can smell it.
Thank you, whatever.
You've returned. Is there something you need? A Dalish crafter does many things.
Okay, I figured it was the same thing. I just wanted to check. Okay, now I may have overspent, but I do not regret it whatsoever.
Dalish crafting is second to none, I assure you.
Okay, good. I want more ability points. I need more of them. Let me think. Does it tell me... Varric and Meryl. Okay, that's what those gifts are for.
If you walk...
Okay, we're gonna go turn these in. We're gonna go give these gifts. And then I think we're gonna go get Sebastian. Just since I don't like Sebastian, I'm probably not gonna use Sebastian, but I like having access to all the companions, if you know what I mean. Wait. I do still have quests here. Gifts first, though. Gifts first. Or not quest shops. I mean, I do have quests there, but I'm not ready to do those specific quests yet. Well, then again, my purse is a little light at the moment, so maybe I should put that off until I do some more quests. Oh, I leveled up my magic, so I think I can equip that staff now. Yes, I can. Huh. That's surprisingly simplistic compared to the staffs I'm used to in this game.
I've got something for you, Varric.
My father's signet ring. Where did you find it? Bartrand pawned it off to pay for the expedition. I can't believe you found it. This sounds exactly like the sort of fake thing I'd make up about you.
When you tell people, mention that I got it from the belly of a dragon.
I'll throw in a couple of werewolves and a griffin for balance. Well, maybe now my contact at the gates of Orzammar won't ignore my letters. Paramount is hoping that if he just shuts his eyes tight and wishes, the real world will go away. Anyway, I owe you one, Hawk. Remind me later to put you on my tab.
Now, this is why I do actually prefer Balin as king over Paramount, because Balin actively does business and trades with the outside world. It's a shame he's a bit of a psychopath and kills Harrowmount and all of his family. Like, if you chose Balin, a side quest you'd get in this game is actually the last surviving member of Harrowmount's family had fled to Kirkwall, and you can protect them from assassins sent by Balin. Ow. Oh, shit. Sorry, I kind of fucked my wrists up at work this week because I've been, like, pulling weeds non-stop. So, I hurt. And I accidentally just tweaked a muscle in my arms. But I'm otherwise alright. But yeah. The problem is, especially in this day and age, I am not comfortable. I was not comfortable making a guy who wants to, like, overthrow the, establishment and, the democracy of his, country, or of his, city, for the sake of just hoisting himself up above everyone else. That just seemed so relevant right now that I am just not okay going with that, even if heck, I'm not even okay with the idea that it's pushed as maybe the better option, if you know what I mean. Okay. Alright. Sorry, that just got a message. I was ignoring it, but...
I've got something for you.
Ooh. Did you get this from Master Island? Mythal, did I miss some important occasion? I'm so sorry. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
I think I missed the elvish sign for "this present induces terrible guilt." I'll shop more carefully in the future.
Of course. You're just being thoughtful. No one has ever given me a present before. Useful things. Tools or clothes. Because I needed them, not just because.
She kind of reminds me of a
Must be
friend
honest.
that I made.
I'll find a good place for this.
At a LARP park. I gave her, like, I bought a pin that I was going to give someone, but then I realized I accidentally bought an extra one. So I gave it to them because I thought they liked it, and they were like, wow, no one has ever given me a gift before. I'm like, that was interesting, to say the very least. Granted, that is a friendship that, it didn't really work out, and it's probably a good thing that friendship didn't work out, since, I don't want to get into it. No one walked away from that happy or satisfied. And honestly,
excellent start.
Probably a friendship that never should have been.
You can keep on hiding like a rank amateur.
It is not enough to ask forgiveness for a sin.
What would you suggest? Cower in the shadows like a rat?
You could try wearing something that can... I hate you all, I was a slave.
Okay, abominations and ooh, and a titty demon, or a titty puff too. In the chantry, the scandal.
Let's finish this.
Once I get her up to 30 cunning, I will be less stressed about upping that, and I'll focus a lot more on upping her dex. Yeah, you found, 17 silver, tucked in her. I don't even want to know where she was keeping it.
Try my hand at that?
So, something they change in Dragon Age 3 that I have mixed feelings about, or Dragon Age, it's Dragon Age 3, is the rogue's ability to pick locks isn't directly tied into their cunning anymore. You have to, get upgrades, for all rogues in order to pick higher level locks, which I'm not the biggest fan of that change, but it's not the end of the world. Hey, loser.
I thought it would end here. That young lady, Hawk, she decimated Flint Company. No survivors. Yet, now that I know who sent them, it's harder to see their deaths as justice.
Death is never justice.
Hawk? We were just talking about you.
Carry on. I love to eavesdrop.
Hawk said sarcastically.
You know, I hate it when you do that.
Hawk muttered in an angry aside to the dwarf.
I love you, Varric.
If, you two have a moment, I've learned who hired Flint Company. The Harrimans, a noble family of Kirkwall. They were my parents' allies. It's hard to believe they betrayed us like this.
Tell me about this family.
Lord Harriman used to be a good man, but he became rather strange in his dotage. He died some years back. His daughter took over the family, Lady Johanne Harriman. They say she's become quite reclusive of late.
Any idea why they turned on you?
Money? Power? It's hard to say. Lady Harriman was always jealous of my family for being royalty when hers were mere nobility. But I can't imagine that pushing her into outright murder.
This is why the cycle of violence never gets broken.
You jest, but that's the truth. Give this up, Sebastian. Dedicate yourself to the Chantry as you swore.
I must speak with Lady Harriman and find out what drove her to this madness. But I am the last of my line. I should not go alone and make myself a target.
Why is everyone looking at me?
I don't know why Choir Boy here didn't yell Hawk to the rescue. That's clearly what he was going for.
I love you, Varric.
If this allows Sebastian to make peace, it is worth doing. You've taken on lesser causes.
Ouch.
Please. I have no one else to turn to. If you like, I can travel with you until you confront Lady Harriman. Otherwise, you can always find me here in the Chantry.
I don't know. I will admit, I have a hard time properly putting my finger on definitively why I hate Sebastian, because it's there's nothing inherently wrong with his writing. I do know part of it does have to do with I don't like the fact that he doesn't join the party until Act 2, which does render him a little less developed than the rest of the cast, because you get less time with, again, he's DLC, but he's just, compared to someone like Shale from the first, compared to like Shale from the first game, or Kasume or Javik DLC characters from the Mass Effect games, he's just not interesting enough to, you know, pay extra for. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Shale should have been paid. Like, Shale and Sebastian are day one DLC. Characters that were made and ready to be released at launch, but were pulled out by EA to charge people extra money. Or heck, Zaid from Mass Effect 2, he was a pre-order bonus. Because, I mean, hell, I didn't actually get access to Zaid for... Like, I played through Mass Effect 2 a lot and never had Zaid, because... I mean, I didn't play Mass Effect until after the third game was out. And Zaid wasn't... Well, Zaid was eventually reposted as, you know, a separate purchase. It wasn't for a long while. It's kind of like... When Darksiders 2 came out, they released a book called The Abomination Vault, which actually, I really like that book, by the way. But one of the benefits of pre-ordering it was you would get a DLC code for a special shield item called Mortis. Mortis was an item that showed up in the book. And I pre-ordered it through Amazon. Well, Amazon has not always had the best when it comes to pre-orders. In fact, I'd argue it still doesn't technically now. So even though I pre-ordered it, they canceled it the day before it was released. So now it was too late to pre-order it anywhere else. I never was able to get that Shield Mortis. However, it was eventually released as paid DLC for like $2, but at that point I'm like, I'm not playing Darksiders 2 anymore. I don't want it.
That's strange. The door's wide open. Gold guard posted.
Then again, Darksiders 2 in general had a lot of really cool stuff that just didn't pan out because THQ folded so soon after it was released that their servers were taken down, so...
More! You lazy son of a bitch! What's taking so long?
Flora?
Why does no one in this house care what I want? More wine, or I swear I will drown you in the dregs.
That sounds familiar. I don't envy anyone in this household tomorrow morning.
She doesn't even see us. This is no normal wine.
I think it's why don't we all drink some very sexy wine? That's so yeah, it's not normal. It's sexy wine.
More logs. It must be molten. You, more coins. I want every scrap of gold in this house.
Please, monsieur!
There's nothing to fear. You'll be beautiful. Pour it over her.
Don't! You'll kill her! He can't hear me.
It's getting Game of Thrones up in here. One punch!
Perhaps I should be the one.
We must end this madness.
Yeah, I think, again, given the fact that Sebastian's was DLC, I think all of his armor upgrades
they could not have concealed such
can be found via quests instead of in shops like everyone else's. I could be wrong about that, so please don't quote me on that, but yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Lower.
Okay.
Lower.
This is...
I beg your pardon, Hawk. I did not mean to expose you to such things.
No. The feather. Use the feather.
It's getting kinky in here.
Where have you been all my life? Today, I am more than a man. Come, felicitate me.
He has no idea we're here. I've known Ruxton Harriman my whole life. He's a complete prude.
Where's your brother? Let's ask him to join us. You be the naughty apprentice, and I'll be the Templar torturer.
Love doing that.
Okay, we're leaving. I've been, yeah, okay, I've seen worse. Let's just say Edgelord's super glad they didn't have to see that, because that would trigger them something awful. I see. Oh, look, they're all here.
Turn back. There is nothing here for you.
You can't prove that.
Odd. When we watched you being a drunken ass, you ignored us completely. You shall not enter.
You shall not pass. And no one ate dinner. Oh, hello, Titty Puff. And no one ate dinner that night.
I'll deal with this.
Demons. Trisses. We must...
I assume that dagger's probably... Wait, I think that's actually a sword, not a dagger. But yeah, Aveline will put that to good use. Honestly, I can't help but feel that the reason why Sebastian was added to the game was unless you'd actually have a use for all the bows you got. Because unless you play a bow-wielding rogue, just don't. They just would never get used. Because, how do I put this? I appreciate that in the first game that you could, because unlike the first game where you could swap between combat styles, you can't do that in this game. You basically, I think you gotta pick one and stick with it. Could be wrong about that. But, yeah, so they added Sebastian, so bows would get used, you know? Since the two rogues you get, Isabella and Varric, at least ones you got before that. Yeah, Varric is a bow user, but he's got Bianca. And he can't unequip Bianca. I mean, why would you? It's an automatic repeating crossbow. Why would you want to use anything but that? But I am very grateful, like, the problem I have with the swapping mechanic in the first game is that you don't get enough ability points to properly build up, you know, using two swords and a bow. I mean, don't get me wrong, I had so many ability points out the wazoo, but there were so many other things that were worth investing in on top of it that I never really would have had enough to warrant focusing on two combat styles. So I like how it's handled in the fourth game. Every single class in the fourth game has... I have no idea what just happened. Every single class in the second game has two different weapon styles, and you can freely swap between them. And each have their own benefit and disadvantage. Because, like, I think rogues are daggers and bows. I can't say that for sure, just due to the simple fact that neither Abby or I have actually played Dragon Age Veilguard as a rogue yet. But, like, the mages, you can swap between a mage staff or a dagger and like a magical orb or something like that. The fighters, you can swap between one-handed and two-handed. But in order to make sure that, you know, some classes aren't horribly outclassed, because, I mean, there have been instances where the fighters just kind of get screwed. I mean, hell, there's... even in D&D, there's been instances where the fighters kind of get screwed over because they don't have any way of effectively fighting at a distance. Like, when Abby played as a warrior, she was able to, like, she could still throw her shield at enemies to bridge the gap, you know? Oh, and fighters can switch between sword and shield and two-handed. So, I like that. I will say, sadly, it does make, like, the individual skills you get blend together a bit more. At least they did for me when I played a mage, because it's like, I don't see a tangible difference in between... like, there wasn't a difference when I used a skill. Like, if I had my staff in my hand, the skills I used were exactly the same if I had the sword and the dagger and orb in my hand, you know? So, again, I like how it's done on concept, but it has the opposite problem. Because at least with, like, Dragon Age Origins, yeah, you had to invest in 2 skill trees if you wanted to properly use the 2 different types of weapons, but I think that's why Arcane Warrior was arguably the best class in the first game, because you could have your magic sword and shield, no problem, and then just toggle over to the staff, because you could still cast magic with the sword and shield and still use all the same abilities, but they would have a different flavor to them, like range versus distance. But I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. I guess just what I'm saying is I do really like how Veilguard handled having 2 different fighting styles, but it could have been fleshed out more to make each fighting style feel a little more unique rather than just... At least in terms of, like, the skills you accrue. Like, maybe they function a little different. Like, okay, maybe the shooting the fireball skill has a slightly varied effect if you shoot it with the staff versus shooting it with the dagger and orb. Like I said, I don't really have a definitive answer for that one, but that's just where I'm at.
We're good to...
Excuse me.
You must give me more.
Another kitty puff.
Starkhaven will not submit. I put that idiot Goran Vale into the prince's seat, but the other families won't heed him. I must marry him to Flora and solidify our hold. But I need more power.
I've given you much. Your desires run deep. You've already traded your husband and your children. What more can you offer?
At the Blooming Rose, 50 silver's standard for a whore.
You'll hardly find my services standard.
Who is this? Who are you? How did you get here? Sebastian!
You were my mother's friend. How could you murder her?
Such an ugly word. I prefer remove the only obstacle between her and her dreams.
This was your idea.
I could create such desires if I wished, but it's far easier to nurture those that already exist. The desire for power is easy to find. You and your friend both possess it, do you not? You both wish to rise.
Ugh.
I will hear no more from you.
Yeah, I do want to emphasize, I know I've already said this, but I want to reiterate it. I am disappointed the Desire Demons stopped showing up after this game. Not because I want to see, you know, the voluptuous demons. Because, I mean, quite frankly, they could change that design completely. It's just... they just don't do... I don't know. They kind of just blanket, all magic or all demons are temptresses, you know? Where it's like... I liked that each demon had kind of a unique way they would try to approach the seduction, you know? And again, it's fine. But I just thought it was more interesting having a definitive... These demons would seduce you with desires. It didn't really matter what desires, just desires. This demon, they appealed to your pride, your anger, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I mean, because heck, a lot of the demons get redesigned throughout the games. It'd be interesting. I mean, I said this last time, and I would 100% stand by it.
Let us return to
I think it'd be kind of cool if the Desire demons got redesigned so they were less sexual and maybe a bit more androgynous, so they could embody desire as a whole, you know?
Inadequate word.
Rather than just lust.
When I think what Mother made us do. What those creatures made us do.
I mean, to be fair, in that scene, it wasn't about, like, sexual lust.
It was like a cloud came down on me. All I could feel or think was what the demon allowed.
Did your mother order the attack on Sebastian's family?
She did. You know Mother, Sebastian. She was always jealous of your parents. The demon twisted that until it was all she could think of. She was determined to seize Starkhaven for herself.
Was your mother a mage? How did she find this demon?
We've never had magic in our line. Perhaps that made Mother too confident. She thought she could deal with the demon and not fall prey to it. Those ruins there were unearthed when we expanded the house. Mother found the demon inside. I think she had signed her bargain before we even knew.
So you get all the debauchery and none of the blame?
Do not suggest I did this by choice.
It's a demon of desire, Flora, not coercion. It can't tempt you with anything you truly don't want.
If it takes every last coin my family owns, I will make reparations to everyone we've wronged. Starting with you, Sebastian. We weren't the only ones vying for Starkhaven. If you face more opposition, you have my support.
It will not make up for what happened.
No, that's true.
I'll tell you when I need you.
Okay, I don't know what I did there to piss him off, but whatever. Again, I don't care. One thing I do... Actually, I kind of realized it. Sebastian kind of reminds me of Will from Baldur's Gate 3. They're both, you know, like, sons to noble/royal houses that left to do good, yada, yada, yada. It's just... Most people I know view Will as, like, one of the least interesting characters in Baldur's Gate 3. So... And I kind of agree with that. I don't hate Will. But I think because of that, Sebastian kind of suffers too for a lot of the same reasons. It's just they don't pop like the other characters do. Oh, yeah, that amulet. That goes to Anders.
While you were off playing Prince, Bartrand trapped us in the deep roads and left us to die.
Alrighty.
We're here to serve the matrons.
I had hoped prayer might cleanse me of the Desire Demon's touch. But I still hear her voice so
Have you tried
clearly.
bathing in bleach?
I feel like I've bathed in filth that will never come off.
Oh,
Wash behind the ears. Evil usually gets stuck there.
The demon didn't lie. I used to be bitterly jealous of my brother. I wanted to be prince. Now everything he had is mine. And he lies in ashes. I keep asking myself, do I want this because it's right? Or simply to have what I never thought I could?
Aren't you your parents' heir?
I'm the youngest son of 3. My parents were rather traditional. They wanted the heir and the spare, and I was left in the cold. They put me in the chantry to prevent my competing with my brothers.
You seem very dedicated to the Chantry. You were put there against your will?
At first. But it was the best thing that could have happened. I was a wild boy, a shame to my family. The Chantry made me a man. It's odd. When I wanted to rule, I would have been terrible at it. Now that I might be decent, I don't know if it's the right thing to do.
Don't let the demon make you doubt yourself.
In trying to retake Starkhaven, I have already brought death to so many. Could I ever do enough good as prince to justify that?
Real princes don't worry about who they step on their way to the top.
I know you've
Probably
done
right.
great things in Kirkwall, Hawk. I imagine your methods haven't always been scrupulous, but you clearly do more good than harm. I just don't know if I can follow that road.
Oh, he's angry.
I think this is yours.
My grandfather's bow, but where did you get it?
You were
One
there
of the Flint
when I got
Company
it.
men did some looting. I figured I'd return the favor.
Thank you. It's hard to mourn the loss of a thing while my family lies dead. But I did think of it.
What's the story behind that bow?
As the youngest son, it was my place to lead Starkhaven's militia. But I never had a talent for swordplay. Too much getting hit. My grandfather said the bow is the wise man's weapon. You can defend your city without opening its gates. Grandfather said the day I could pull the string on his bow, it would be mine.
Then why didn't you have it with you?
I was 13 when my grandfather made me that promise. I would rise at dawn to practice my shots until I could hit the eye slit of a helmet from the top of the ramparts. But my parents pledged me to the Chantry before I could show him.
You can't shoot your family at a charging bandit and stop him dead between the eyes.
Do you hold nothing sacred, Hawk?
No.
Still, I'll stop dwelling on what can't be fixed and appreciate this gift you've found for me. I look forward to testing it.
Okay. So, for those who don't know, depending on if you're friends or rivals with a person, the gifts will actually, like, if I was, like, super rival heavy with Sebastian at that point, that gift would have actually given me more rivalry. The gifts kind of function as a way to further advance your standing with the characters in whether it's rivalry or friendship. Because, yeah, they don't want to be like, okay, we know you were going for a rival, but you also still want to give that gift to get experience, get the cutscenes and whatnot. So they're not going to cut your legs off or whatever with that, thankfully. 34 strength. Okay, I definitely want to give that to Aveline, but it'll have to wait. All right, let's get the A team back. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together.
You have got to tell.
All right, not Varric, Anders. Okay, I don't remember if Sebastian gets more quests in this chapter. Actually, I think that's another problem, is that... Sure, Shale's quests were kind of often separate, kind of like Sebastian's, but Shale's were so interesting, so unique, and added so much, like, the world building. Didn't matter. Sebastian's quests don't really add much to the world. So that's another reason he's kind of forgettable.
It's shiny and subversive.
I mean, admittedly, that was kind of true with, say, Zaid and Kasume in Mass Effect 2.
You got me a gift.
I think the only real DLC character from BioWare, at least from Mass Effect and Dragon Age, that really worked was Jal.
That's a Tevinter Chantry amulet.
Because Jal was supposed to be part of the game, but was cut out.
It's sacrilege to wear those in any land under the Divine.
Here I thought you fight for mage's rights. Whoever's bad side that puts you on.
But that's because Jal was still...
Maybe not on the outside of my clothes. Anyway. I'm not that eager to face the hangman's noose. But I appreciate the thought. I've never really thought about what life would be like in the Tevinter Chantry. In the Circle, they make it sound like the Void itself. The Black Divine stalking Thedas, making it unsafe for kittens and virgins.
I haven't noticed too many of either in Kirkwall.
And fewer every day, I suspect. I appreciate the gift. Perhaps one day I can return one as meaningful.
Okay, because, yeah... what's it called? Even though he wasn't solidified as a rival or anything, he was swinging more in that direction. That's why I got rivalry from the gift. Okay. I know I took one about an hour ago, but I do need to take a quick break real quick. I need to talk to Abby before she has to leave for the day. This shouldn't be as long of a break, though. Thank you all once again for being patient. We were very productive in our 2-second conversation. Okay, Fool's Gold. I don't think I can get any approval, or at least I can't get any approval with this quest, so... Oh wait, here we go. I can do that. Okay, maybe I can do that. Just depends on whether or not... Ah, fuck it. Let's just go. Huh. Deja vu. I've just been in this place before. Wait. Sorry, just the way those Hurlocks were running away and, like, the way the Hurlocks down there were waving their swords for a second, I'm like, wait, are these, bad guys? Are these guys fighting? My parents, huh? I do like that even though, again, we're not dealing with the Blight, they're like, we still want you guys to be able to go in the deep roads and fight some Darkspawn anyway, so.
Are you one of Yevon's sons?
Mistress Hawk? Please help me.
Oh yeah,
My
Fool's
brother,
Gold refused to help Yevon.
Marin.
Okay, yeah.
Iwan locked him in with the Darkspawn. He sealed the door, left me here, and bolted for that passage. He's gone mad. All he cares about is that damned sword.
Beg pardon?
Last time I was here, we picked this place clean. What's your brother looking for?
Iwan called it the Heart Drinker. He says it's the masterwork of an ancient smith from this Tig.
Fascinating.
He bought a book from one of the Orzammar caravans. It had the location of the sword. Or at least to the golems who guard it.
Another greedy dwarf. You think he took lessons from Bertrand?
Maybe.
Maybe. But greed is hardly exclusive to dwarves.
Touche, Varric.
Maybe I should have seen this coming. Iwan has been obsessed with that thing. He wouldn't tell us about the sword, but I never imagined he'd leave us to rot.
This is getting just a little too familiar, isn't it?
Very.
Please. I don't want my brother to be eaten by those monsters.
Get back to the surface. Looks like I have a date with the Darkspawn.
He's on the other side of that wall. You need to find a way to reach him. Please, come tell my father as soon as you have news.
Yeah, one second. I want to make sure I have properly explored. Giant spiders. Yep. Sorry, guys. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Save the brother. Sorry, it's been a while. I wanted to make sure that I
Get ready.
Didn't lock myself into the choice that I didn't want. It's amazing how the emissaries are definitely not as problematic and, difficult to deal with in this game as they were compared to the first one. That might have to do with the better flowing combat, but...
By the stone, I thought I was done for. Wait, you're Mistress Hawk. I can't believe it's you. I had no idea the Deep Roads would be like this, that the Darkspawn would just be everywhere. I've heard the stories, but it's not the same as actually being down here.
Yeah, definitely.
Next time, leave the Darkspawn stomping to the people with the big swords. Sound good?
Or maybe I should get a bigger sword.
That could work.
Oh, all this talk about swords is making me blush.
Oh, shut up, Isabella.
I knew Iwan was up to something. He got so evasive every time I asked about the blighted sword. I still can't believe he betrayed us. Do you think he's alive?
From what I've heard, he's just as nasty as the Darkspawn. Maybe they'll crown him their new king.
He wasn't always like this. You know, I never realized what the dwarves in Orzammar are up against. They fight these monsters every day of their lives. I don't think I can sit by and let my people die while I enjoy the easy life of a merchant. Not anymore. Come find us when you return. I'm sure Father will want to thank you for saving me.
I'm thinking, sorry, just thinking to myself. I may actually, since, let's see, I was a rogue in the first game, I'm most likely going to be a rogue in the fourth game, and I was a mage in this one. Maybe I want to be a fighter in the third game, just so I'm one at one point during this playthrough. At the same time, it's still so much fun to be a mage in the third game. Haven't decided, but I am thinking on maybe that, especially since the romance options I'm thinking on.
So Iwan is dead. That's what he gets for his treachery. That must be the Golem control rod. Perhaps the creatures it controls are further down this path.
Probably. Because, yeah, I'm going to be romancing Solus in the third game. Because there is some benefits that carry over into other games. Or into the fourth game if you romance Solus. Plus, I don't need to worry about nudity if Solus is the one I romance. And okay, this may not be the quest I was thinking of with Nathaniel. I think I would have already run into Nathaniel at this point if it was.
Looks like trouble's coming.
Oh, we got trouble. Right here in River City. Capital T and that rhymes with P and that stands for pool. That stands for pool. Yeah, we got trouble. Right here in River City. Capital T and that rhymes with P and I'm in Canada.
How about you? Go down. Now you fall.
Smash the chair.
Maybe there's still something to salvage in this mess.
Yeah, I think, like, I would only have been able to get the sword, like, if I had gone to save the brother. Then the idea is we would have gotten here in time before the Darkspawn destroyed it. But because we chose to save the other brother, we didn't make it in time. And I can live with that. I would rather save a life than get gear. Sally forth. Fool's gold. Oh, I'm getting tipsy. I'm getting so tipsy. All right.
Iwan, he's not with you. I had hoped.
Father, I told you it would be too late.
He tried to kill Merrin and Emrys, and you're sad he didn't make it?
His betrayal isn't lost on me, Dira. But he'll always be my son.
Yeah.
You've given me back
respect
two of
that.
my boys, Messer. I'm in your debt. Please, take this as thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I can respect that mindset. Because it's like, yeah, my son did do something absolutely despicable. And I'm not going to forgive him for that. And I'm not just going to look the other way on that. But I'm also not going to... Yeah. I don't know where I was going with that. I apologize. Apologize. Yeah, that feels really good. Oh dear, come back, mouse. Oh. Hi.
You are Hawk. A patrol went missing along the wounded coast. The Arashok says you have some semblance of honor. So tell me, did you kill them?
If I did kill them, why would I tell you? You'd just attack me.
I seek an answer to a question. What has happened to the missing Karatam? Vengeance is not relevant to this task.
I can't be your only suspect. There's Coterie, Carter, Templars. Take your pick.
You think the boss in this city could fell a Karatam? Hardly. You are another matter. If you are not responsible, I waste my time here.
If I remember correctly... That's what I think it is. That Lost Patrol quest is another one of Patrice's bullshit. It looks like that. Okay, I freely admit I didn't even really read who those are for. I'm like, oh, they're available. I'm buying them. I'm just gonna buy them up, no questions asked. So, yeah, probably not smart, but I digress. All right, Isabella still won't go near the Kunari compound, so I'm gonna just drop her so I can add someone else to the party. Can you equip... Is one of these staffs better for you, Meryl? No.
All are forbidden, except you, for now.
Okay. There's no approval for Fenris in this particular quest line.
Sarah Hawk.
Yes?
Last we met, I did not know your name. Did not care to. You have changed your fortune over the years. The Kunari have not. I offer a courtesy, Hawk. Someone has stolen what he thinks is the formula for Gatlock. You will want to hunt him.
Excuse me, but this sounds like quite the feat.
It was allowed. The stolen formula was a decoy. Sarkamek, a poison gas, not explosives. A small amount is dangerous enough to your kind, but if made in quantity, perhaps by someone intending to sell it.
That merchant, Javaris.
Would he be cautious? Or would he assume success and make enough to threaten a district? A courtesy, Hawk. You will want to hunt him.
I barely spoke to you 3 years ago. Why give me this warning?
You are capable, but I have yet to decide if you are capable of understanding. Save your streets from this fool dwarf. Then we will talk.
Any idea where we can find Javaris?
I heard about a sell-off. Merchant territories and such. They don't do that unless someone left in a hurry. I'd have figured he'd rooked some noble. He's sure not a burglar.
Just tell me where he is.
I haven't kept up on the squirt. Ask the coterie.
Panahedon, Hawk. It will be interesting to see if you die.
Wait, is there a letter for me? No, there's not. Lost Patrol. Oh, I'm actually surprised the deep roads remain available. Prime suspect. Okay, Fenris doesn't have the ability to gain approval in Prime Suspect. He probably can lose some approval, but not gain any. Isabella also doesn't have any approval for this one. Interesting. Okay. There's a couple quests here. Shops first.
You look like you know your way around a weapon.
Yes. I am very good at handling my mage's staff.
Buy something.
We'll talk to you. Oh, hi.
Make a watch over you.
Older by the day.
Hawk, the new scion of the Amel family. Congratulations. Anyway, what can I do for you?
Wait, what?
I keep hearing about the Knight Commander. When do I get to meet her?
I'm afraid she's become more reclusive since you came to Kirkwall, Hawk. These last 3 years, especially, she's been very suspicious of outside influences. I almost wonder if something happened.
Yes, something did happen. But I won't spoil that just yet. Hey, Thrask.
The Knight
Hey,
Commander
Thrask.
found Grace and the other Starkhaven mages. They're still in quarantine.
After 3 years?
I can't keep the lyrium on the docks.
Yeah, I really should do a playthrough that doesn't screw Grace over.
They're getting worse. Now they deny us our grimoires, our staffs.
It just keeps
How are we
getting
to
worse.
resist demons when they take...
This isn't right.
Backpack.
Bet iced the potions yesterday.
That was probably either for Anders or Meryl.
Welcome back to... You're looking well. My store is much better stocked, thanks to you. If you're interested in hunting down more ingredients, I can make other creations. And of course, I'll pay you for your work.
Sure. Just let me know what you need.
Perfect. I have a list of ingredients right here.
Thank you for a list of ingredients, my good man. Now we will... Well, we'll take care of that, but not right now. I like the herbalist tasks in this game because for the most part, they'll just be done by doing... just by playing the game, you know?
Hello, Emmerich. The guard captain says you're still chasing disappearing acts.
That's not funny. I need your help urgently. I've spent the past few years continuing my investigation into the murders of Nanette, Marin, and the other women. I believe I finally have a suspect. A man called Gascard Dupuis.
Dupuis? That's a funny name.
It's Orlesian. I believe he is descended from nobility. When I became convinced of his guilt, I went to the city guard and demanded that they do something. The guards raided his mansion and found nothing. They were forced to apologize, and I was reprimanded. Meredith forbade me from continuing my investigation. But she didn't say I couldn't seek outside help.
I retrieved a sack of human remains for you. Didn't you show it to the guard?
I did. They said the remains could have been gathered together by scavengers looking for bits of gold and jewelry.
I mean,
They
they're
said there
technically
was
not
no
wrong.
way to tell if the remains even belonged to the missing women. I had no choice but to continue the investigation on my own.
And I'm supposed to be the outside help.
My hands are tied. I can't do this on my own. What if one of the women who died was someone you loved? If Gascard Dupuis is guilty, he must be stopped before he kills again. We have to try.
Why is it always Hawk to the rescue?
I can't really answer that. You'll need to go to Gascard Dupuy's estate after nightfall. Please figure out what Dupuy is hiding. If he's innocent, find evidence to prove me wrong. It's just that simple.
I know that this one, one of the herbalist tasks can't actually be completed until we get one of Meryl's personal side quests. You know what? Let's do Lost Patrol first, just because it's a side quest rather than a main quest. Then again, is Night Terrors technically a main quest? I don't know. Secondary night. It's technically a side quest. Prime. Oh wait, no, I'm talking about Prime Subs. Prime Suspect and Black Powder Courtesy are the two main quests. So yeah, we can do Night Terrors after this one, if I've got time. We are getting close to when I would normally start thinking about. We're going around this way because I think there's potentially a shop that can show up out, like, I don't remember exactly where out here, but on the Wounded Coast in either the second or third year, or third cycle. I don't remember when. And it's possible that I haven't even done what's necessary to make it come in, you know? Because it might only start appearing after a certain quest. I don't recall. Honestly, I only discovered that shop in question in one of my more recent playthroughs, so it's not one of those things that it's like, oh, because I've played the game so much, I just know it as a fact. Because I have played through this game a lot, but I've missed a lot. I mean, honestly, when I was playing Dragon Age Origins as Edgelord, I legitimately saw a few things in that game that I had never seen before, which I think is good. Because that just goes to show just how stuffed for content the Dragon Age games actually are without actually feeling like you're missing out on stuff. Granted, I know that in the later Dragon Age games, because they do a better job of making your quest markers a lot clearer, it is a lot harder to miss stuff compared to like the very first game. Since the very first game has the most amount of quests that don't have a quest marker on them. And even then, I know quest markers can be kind of controversial for some people. I know a lot of older gamers who, you know, played like who grew up playing like the old school Final Fantasy games don't like how like Dragon Age and Skyrim will like, it'll show on the map, here's where you need to go to complete this quest, because they kind of feel like it kind of robs. I didn't know I could go in here. Let's go in here. They say it's like it kind of robs the sense of exploration and figuring out for yourself. And yeah, I actually think they're correct. I, technically speaking, agree with that criticism. The thing is, though, I'm not a kid with all the time in the world anymore. I'm an adult with very limited time on my hands. And there are days where it's like, look, if the quest is not going to tell me exactly what I need to do and exactly where to go to get it, I just don't have time to go do it, you know? So, yeah, I have to agree that, to an extent, games can be too hand-holdy. But on the other hand, it's like, if some games aren't holding my hand, I'm not going to be able to beat them because I don't have the time. Because, like, especially with some things, it's like, oh, you've got to remember it or whatnot. But I'm like, take Xenoblade Chronicles. Xenoblade Chronicles X is technically the game I'm currently playing for fun on my downtime. But there have been weeks where I have gone the entire week without playing it once. And I'll be honest, I don't fully remember certain story elements because of that. But the game is very good about giving you quest markers, where you need to go or roughly where you need to go to keep the story going. So I can at the very least remember how to keep advancing, at least to some degree, you know? Because I can't deny there are a fair share of games that I played,
At least it's not boring.
and then I wasn't able to keep going for whatever reason or the next. And then when I came back, I'm like, I don't remember where I was. I don't remember how to check where I was, because there's not like a journal telling me here was the last story beat you did. So finding out what I need to do next is just not something I can do. Actually, ironically enough, a game that something like that happened to me too was Harvest Moon Tree of Tranquility. Not because I couldn't remember what I was doing, because like it came out shortly after I moved out for college, so I only was home during school breaks in the during breaks in the school year. And I actually got, I think, over halfway through Tree of Tranquility. I could be completely wrong about that. But then when I came home from a break, I could not remember for the life of me. Like, when I tried resuming playing, after just basically doing the bare minimum of my stuff, like my daily routine or whatever, I'm like, I don't remember what I need to do next, you know? So because of that fact, I never was able to fully slip back into the game. Because it's like, it took me like the whole day to even like check my crops, check my animals, and then just check some daily stuff. I'm like, I remember I used to be able to do bam, 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 all of those things and still have time to talk to people, but that just stopped being the case. Then again, my biggest problem with like Story of Seasons / Harvest Moon games, and especially Stardew Valley, big reason I could ever get into Stardew Valley, is I love A Wonderful Life. That is my favorite Harvest Moon / Story of Seasons game. The remake, ooh, I love the remake. I will probably, it's very unlikely I will ever go back to playing the original just because of how good the remake is. But for me, any farm simulating game that is more complicated than that is just not really worth my time, in my opinion. Because, so, for example, I bought, after the split between Harvest Moon and Natsume, I think it was Natsume that split. Maybe Natsume still owns Harvest Moon. It's like the head developer. I don't remember the exact details behind the Harvest Moon split. Well, the name Harvest Moon was retained by the publisher, I think? And the actual developer of Harvest Moon left to make Story of Seasons, which again is basically just Harvest Moon, just under a new name. Well, after that happened, I'm like, well, I want to show some support to the developers, so I bought Story of Seasons, three towns? What's it called? It's one that has 3 towns. And I was really liking it at first. It was a lot of fun. But the problem I ran into was that because like you can only access 1 town at first, as you unlock more and more towns, it becomes more and more difficult to do anything. Because, I mean, games like that, they kind of expect you to acknowledge, you know, it's like if you want to actually build a meaningful relationship with people, you have to, you know, visit, you know, talk to them at least once a day, you know, and that just became harder and harder. Actually, then again, I think another problem I have is any handheld Harvest Moon / Story of Season game I've ever played, despite my best efforts, I've never successfully been able to romance someone, because I think first handheld Harvest Moon game I got was the first Rune Factory, and I wanted to romance kind of the book nerd girl.
Can't we talk about
But
this?
it seemed like no matter what I did, the book nerd girl, like we were friends, but she never got hearts. Like she never fell in love with me. I kind of got pissed off. I eventually found out what I was doing wrong, but I still think it's bullshit. Then, yeah, I think it was, I was building relationships in three cities or whatever, but it was just moving at a snail's pace. And eventually I just got fed up and overwhelmed. I used to be an adventurer like you until I took an arrow to the face.
Are you the reinforcements? I thought the captain would send more.
You're a member of the guard, right?
I'm Lieutenant Harley, and this is what's left of my patrol. This disaster was my first routine assignment.
I happened to be in the area, seeing the sights, killing bandits, the usual.
Not the best time for jest. Bollocks. We're up against Evert's marauders.
Everts? Shit.
Fellorden's up there, and Victor Longdeath's handiwork you've already seen. We tried 2 sorties up the path, but it's trapped to oblivion. Now I'd be thankful just to get out of here alive.
No fair, guard dog! You brought friends!
Shut your mouth!
Fellorden? Victor Longdeath? What are you talking about?
They've been robbing and raping for making.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Assault on fellow. We have to end them.
The longer we wait, the more of us they'll kill. Let's attack now.
I'm with you, but my men may be too rattled to join us.
Get as many of them as you can, and let's go.
Men, we're taking the battle to them. Look out for traps. Be careful. Evert's marauders are deadly.
Okay, for a second I thought Isabella was gonna be like, why are we charging headlong into this? But
I'll deal with this.
I am so glad there's no friendly fire, otherwise I would have been turning into a skin cushion for that. You know, there's a couple classes in D&D that I really wish were still in 5th edition. I know there's like, what, D&D 2024 or whatever, but I still play 5e.
That should be the last of them.
They're all dead?
But a lot of them do have to do with, like, there was a third 3.5 class that was just straight up called The Healer.
Sure he rewards you.
That was a fun class to play
we're heading
purely
home.
as support, you know, provided you played with a group of people who weren't cocksucking bastards. Or that, there were just a number of support classes that I do kind of miss. Like, there was, like I said, there was the Healer. There was,
And here we go again.
oh dear. Nabari. There was the Favored Soul, and then there was the Archivist. All of them were support, well, okay. Favored Soul, less so. Like, Favored Soul had more of a bite to it. But still, they all used, like, the Cleric spell list, so healing was a major factor of all of them. But, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. As a kid, I never really saw myself being drawn to the healing classes. Like, that was always more Sunshine Stick. Like, we briefly tried our hand at World of Warcraft because my older brother was playing it at the time. Like, older brother, you know, they played a rogue. Sunshine did pick the cleric class. You know what? I'm gonna actually stick with those 2 daggers that Isabella's already got equipped just because they have rune slots. Sweet. I got pants again. Alright, I will see if either of those can be equipped by Aveline, or if it's better for either's better for Aveline. But yeah, I think it was when I started playing Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, and I just liked having the cure materia. I kind of realized, I'm like, I like being the ones who can give health back to other people, you know? Then again, I freely admit the reason why I usually play the Spirit Healer in this game is just due to the simple fact that I don't think the other mage subclasses in this game are that good. I mean, the Force Mage is fine for what it is. It's nothing amazing, nothing worth writing home about. Then again, I think the other reason why I always do kind of go for the Spirit Healer is so I'm not required to use Anders. Because, like, for real, if you don't play as a Spirit Healer, you kind of have to make one specific choice in the end of the game, or you're fucked. Because the game is a million times harder. You know, again, I don't mind spoiling this per se, because I have talked about it a little bit. If you decide to help the Templars in the climax, you will lose Anders. Like, it is inevitable. Like, there is nothing you could... Doesn't matter how much friendship, doesn't matter how much rivalry, it doesn't matter anything else. If you side with the Templars in the climax, you'll lose Anders. Meaning you'll lose your primary healer unless you chose to play a Spirit Healer. And, yeah, the climax of the game is 1,000 times harder if you don't have a healer. It's doable. You have to have 1,000,000 potions, but it's doable, but it's 1,000,000 times harder. Can you hear beats? Tired of feeling. Oh, I think that's the shopkeep I was talking about. Yeah, I'm positive he wasn't here in the first year. Yeah, he sells some very powerful, but as you can see, super expensive items. Hey, Corpse. Thank you, Corpse. Okie dokie. Yeah, again, I'll worry about that after... Not the Chantry. I wanted to go to the Viscount's Keep. I'll worry about the Herbalist task at Sundermount when I actually go there for Meryl's personal quest. Just because, again, I do... because this was something that was driving me mad in my first playthrough is I could never find the third item for the Herbalisk's task. But that's because you salvage it from a boss fight that you do in one of Meryl's personal quests. And like I said, we don't have that quest yet, so I'm going to hold off on going there.
Lieutenant Harley said I should see you about a reward.
That's it. Not even going to mention your scuffle with Evit's marauders. Killing the whole lot of them.
That does ring a bell. Hard to remember. I've killed so many things.
I believe that. I do. There's one small rub, though. Their leader, Evitz, wasn't there, was he?
I don't think so. They weren't wearing name tags.
Evitz is the worst of the lot. He may try to get revenge one day.
He can wait his turn. I won't lose any sleep over it.
Maybe nothing will come of it. Thanks again for your help.
Sweet. Oh, hey, Seamus, anything more to say?
I hope you can help.
You know, again, honestly, the I think I get why they gave you, like, mage robes, because those are very typical, you know, of fantasy games. The mage is wearing robes and whatnot. But personally, I think what they should have done with this game in particular is... Because, like, in the first game, wearing the robes was no big deal. You were a Grey Warden. You weren't subject to the rules of the Chantry any longer. But with this game, I kind of feel most of the mage robes should have been more like what I'm wearing right now. Because you're trying to not draw attention to the fact that you're a mage, you know? And I think it's kind of a little important that you don't call attention to the fact that you're a mage. Alrighty. Yeah, we're probably going to need to end soon, just due to the fact that I'm getting a little tired. And it is getting close to when I would normally end the stream. Well, maybe not normally end the streams, but getting close to a time when I do feel comfortable ending the streams.
Nothing going on, Hawk?
I just wanted to see how effective my doggo was doing helping you train your soldier boys. Oh, hey, Sabby.
That dog.
Your hound is a mark of nobility in Ferelden, is he not? I have heard that gaining a Mabari's loyalty is considered the ultimate proof of character there.
That's him. My own living, breathing, slobbering status symbol.
A dog cares nothing for worldly power. The Maker would like to see us learn from them.
Okay, again, not a fan of Sebastian,
Don't let it go to your head.
but that scene was cute.
Good to see you again. No attacks, no disasters.
I hope all is
enchantment. It's a good day.
Enchantment? Enchantment. empty my pockets a bit. Debating on if I should do... No, let's do a few more actual story quests before we actually do that DLC. Although I should do it sooner rather than later as well, just so I can take advantage of the loot I get from it. Oh, again, that felt really good. Hey, buddy.
I found your patrol. They won't be coming back.
You have stolen my duty, Basra. We were supplied for this task, but you have done this instead. Take what was meant for us.
Thank you. I'm not 100% sure what a single sovereign was going to do for you for that. You know, rations while you search seemed to be more of a... would have been more of a help, in my opinion.
Your reason for living.
These dogs are run tighter than the ships we load.
Okay. Okay, yeah, Gamlen's house doesn't become a place you can fast travel again just yet, just because we went there.
I was hoping you'd come. You did so much for my Fenris already, but... I visited him among the people, but he turned me away. I know the demons still plague him. And now they've taken him. 2 days ago, Fenris went into a nightmare and hasn't returned.
He can't be woken up?
The Keeper says he is near death. His lips still fog a mirror, but that is all.
So you're what? Hoping I can yell really loudly in his ear? Maybe give him a good shake.
I'm hoping you can reach him. You made a strong impression when you rescued him from the slavers. My Dalish friends tell me he speaks of you all the time. The Keeper says Fenriel's powers are a throwback to ancient magics that once let elves shape the Fade. The only way to reach him is through his dreams.
Fade's a big place, you know. Got any landmarks?
Keeper Marathari thinks an ancient Dalish ritual can help free Fenriel, but someone he trusts must enter the Fade to guide him out. Are you willing to submit to her magic to save my son?
What does the ritual entail?
The Keeper can explain it better than I. Her ritual will send you into the Fade. Once there, I imagine you face down the demons until Fenriel regains control of himself. You will be unable to return from the Fade until he does.
I've made worse deals.
Frolic through dreams? Sounds like an experience. I'm game.
I've already called for the Keeper. We need to begin the ritual as quickly as possible. Would you like to stay here or return when she arrives?
I've got a few things to finish first.
Yes, I suggest you settle your affairs. Once you are in the Fade, the only way to emerge is with my son.
Okay. I'm afraid that... sorry, I'm starting to nod, so... I was going to do it after I finish this quest. I was going to end after we finish this quest, but I'm afraid we're going to end now. There is a hair of a possibility there'll be another stream later today. I wouldn't hold your breath, because it's very slim. Otherwise, there'll be the Edgelord stream tomorrow morning, and we should be finishing up Pokemon tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be able to get it done soon enough for us to then start Pikmin 4 after we're done. But yeah, I am going to try to beat Pokemon definitively tomorrow. So, I mean, again, if there is time for another stream later today, which I can't promise there will be, it would be an Edgelord stream to try to finish up Pokemon, but that's beside the point. So, yeah, I'm not sure when, but I'll see you guys then. Have a good rest of your day, and goodbye.